Whatever the occasion, effortless elegance is right this way. Because Hilton brings you new ways to stay courtesy of the Nomad London. And it doesn't stop at award-winning dining in a space draped in velvet and illuminated by vintage chandeliers. No, this day goes beyond with unparalleled personalized service and attentive hospitality. Oh, and did we mention the Nomad London can be booked using your Hilton Honors points at Hilton.com? Hilton, for the stay.
What up, Ham? What up? It's been too long, y'all. Been too long. Can y'all hear me well enough? Make sure y'all smashing that like screen. Yeah, you can. Suck gang, soul snatcher. I gotta feed the streets. My pistol gon' bleed the streets. Ski mask on my face. Sometimes you gotta cheat. Just stay ahead in this bitch. Drink surf like it's liquor. Street life, I have you catching up. Ha ha ha, yeah. You guys can hear, can't you? Sweet, sweet. It's good to see you all here. Sorry I'm a little late. Yeah, bro. Crazy, huh? Giant test category. All right. You always playing Planet Vegeta. Make sure y'all are tapping that screen, fam. Get my live out there. It's been over a week, probably a little rusty. Hey, I appreciate the gifts. Started off right. I appreciate you. I follow anybody who gifts me. No, I do not watch Naruto. What's happening, 3-7s? I was going to do a prize drawing for the highest donators tonight, but I'm going to wait since it's my first live back. Just get everything rolling first, figure that out later. Appreciate the gifts. I follow anybody who gives me. Also, I just got, appreciate the glasses, Dude Dog. Good to see you, bro. Also, I just got my apparel line up and running. For those of you that are interested, you click the direct me link in my bio. And right at the top, there's going to be a Shopify link. Night God Shop at myshopify.com. Check it out. I got hoodies, fitted caps, t-shirts. They're cold. And they're actually good quality. They're not like that custom ink stuff you see. I went with somebody local, so you're helping a small business as well. But these shirts and hoodies, hats will last your lifetime. Hello, how you doing? Yeah, the NG. This cap actually I just bought myself. I wish I was selling these ones. I've been thinking about other designs, possibly. Maybe start selling a little more variety. I appreciate you. He loves you as well. The Anunnakis, I think it's closer than people think. Appreciate that. Space Monkey, appreciate the gifts, guys. Appreciate the gifts. Narcoleptic Biker Broad, it's good to see you. It's been too long, fam. Been too long. Miss you guys. So, the source on the Giants in Antarctica story, okay? Appreciate you, Johnny Wolf. Appreciate you. With the goggles. Thank you. Thank you, the Bluntful. I'm digging the name, girl. Hello from Houston, Texas. What up, what up? Reptilians versus Anunnakis. They are both one and similar, pretty much one and the same. But there's multiple types of Anunnaki. They're not all draconian race. Greetings from Germany. Not too bad, Duke Dog. Not too bad. I just started, bro. You good? What up, what up? He says from Tennessee. What up from Michigan? Are the Draco the bad? So, yes, they are. The Dracos are the bad ones. Appreciate the goggles, Duke Dog. I'm loving the gifts, fam. Thank you so much. Starting me off right. Starting me off right. I missed you guys. I'm not going to be... I'm going to really watch my content from here on out on my lives because I can't afford to get weeks off anymore. So I'm going to be really really cautious on what I talk about here. It's a fine line, and I towed it, okay? But I got to stop because I'm not winning, okay? So, yeah, the last time I got banned, I can't afford another one. So I'm going to make sure I keep it within the lines and tell you guys some good stuff, give you guys some good information. I've been learning so much more about the Giants than I ever thought I knew, you guys. Thank you for the gifts, Jimmy, Richard. Appreciate you. Washington State in the house. Yup, you can't do that. Why am I the authority on what? Wisconsin in the house. What up, Wisconsin? Appreciate you for loving the lives. Appreciate you. Thank you, Flex Nation. I appreciate that. I know I catch a lot of flack in my comments on my videos. I see that every day. I notice that people generally call my stories cap. But they're not usually from just the top of my head, you guys. Appreciate you, Richard D. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate the gifts more than you could ever know. So, people call my stories cap all the time. I've gotten used to it. It used to upset me or make me angry. But I had to learn how to just say, come on, man. You know what I mean? The majority of my comments, they're negative. You know what I mean? They're negative, which it takes some getting used to, but you get used to it. Not everybody can be woke. Not everybody not everybody believes what you believe, and that's just a fact of life. You know what I'm saying? So I just put the information out there for people to divulge in. If they don't believe in it, that's their choice. That's okay, and they're entitled to that. Lake Vostok, that's OG shit right there, bro. Yeah, this is part 2. I'm going to tell part 2 of the Giants in Antarctica story. So the source for that's what I was getting at. I have an email, a secure email, that I tell people to send their stories to. Okay, it's nightgod87 at Proton Mail. I just worry a little bit sometimes about giving that out. But if you guys have any stories or any content that you would like to see me talk about, or any good juicy information, go ahead and send it to that email. It's secure, 100% secure and private. It's uncrackable. Make sure you guys are hitting that like screen. Get my live out there. So when I got this email, I got it from a gentleman who was ex-military. Okay? This is another gentleman who was ex-military. He's older than the one who sent me the original information on the Kandahar Giant Part 2. Okay? That just came out of the blue. That kid was younger than me. He just served a tour in Afghanistan about 7 months prior to now. So this is when this happened, after Biden got elected. He made it a point to say that. Now, have I verified that he is, in fact, part of the U.S. military? No, I can't. But based on his rhetoric, his language within the messages, his abbreviations, his talk. You could just you could tell the way he talked. He was ex-military. There's just no doubt about it. The abbreviations, the acronyms, he was very knowledgeable. And if he's faking, he's a very good fake. So, end of the day, I ran with the story. Why he would send it to me, I don't know. Good questions, good as mine. I don't know. Your guess is good as mine on that. At the end of the day, it is what it is. He chose me. You know what I mean? It's probably because my content, I'm edgy. I'm not scared to post things that I believe in. Even if people do look at me like I'm a quack, it doesn't bother me. At the end of the day, I still go to sleep welly good at night. So, he probably sent it to me for that reason, and then the platform. Giants, dude, I shared the Kandahar Giants story months ago. Like, that was one of the first stories I shared on my platform. It went viral, 6 million views. Had really good turnout, really good feedback. So, but that's kind of where I left it. And then I started looking into it a little more on the Giants subject, and I found out there's so much more to Giants than I ever imagined, you guys. Ever imagined. Not only so this gentleman emailed me in my Proton mail specifying this said story, that the Special Forces encountered an entity or giant entities in Antarctica, and he told me that they can only be killed with pure copper weapons. And he said, here's the link, check out the show. Okay? So what it took me to was a YouTube channel. And it was a YouTube channel called Hagman and Hagman. And the people that were telling this said story was Steve Quayle, and the story, I'm not sure 100% if it leaked from him, but this kid named Corey Goode, okay? Corey Goode, Goode, was ex-military, ex-Secret Space Force. He was recruited in the 80s as a young lad, okay? He was probably the 3rd and 4th grade when they recruited him. They would go and they'd go to these schools and they'd pull 4 or 5 kids of excellent attendance, excellent. They were excellent academically. They were good kids, good students. They would pull 4 or 5 of them, and they would take them to a separate, classroom or library, and they would just teach these kids individually. And they would assess them, and then they would be chosen whether or not they were qualified to join the Secret Space program, okay? But Corey Goode cried wolf on the Giants years ago, okay? Especially the Giants in Afghanistan. He said that they've been inhabiting the caves in Afghanistan for, obviously millennia, thousands of years. But what he said about them is what really caught my attention. And I had never heard this, you guys. I had never heard this, and it absolutely blew my friggin' mind. He said that they were in crystal-like chambers, okay? Crystal chambers, and they were in a stasis, okay? These giants were in a stasis. So, kind of like Walt Disney's cryogenically frozen, but he's just being preserved, basically. These giants are alive in said stasis, and he explained it as such. When these giants wake up, it seems like it's only been a day or two, okay, to them. A day or two of rest. When in all actuality, it's been 30,000 years, okay? Some of them. 30,000 years in said stasis. So it's super advanced tech, you guys. It's something beyond the realms of our comprehension. What triggers the wake up from the stasis? I'm not sure. It just does. Maybe frequencies, vibes, Earth's position in the universe, its vibration, etc. Probably all has to do with it. But basically since 2001, you guys, and this is actually prior to 2001, it's unfortunate that we've always had to I'm going to say, front it as a, and they were, we had to put on the front that we were not fighting giants, okay? And you guys know what us being in Afghanistan, what it was and what we called it, okay? I'm not going to say it in the live just because I don't want the algorithm to pick up words like that. So you guys know what the front was. You guys know why we went to Afghanistan, okay? I believe that from the beginning it was about giants, okay? I do. I know when they said the Afghanistan soldiers were all throughout the caves, it is actually said that the Afghanistan soldiers dreaded the said caves, that they knew of the existence. Thank you for the gifts, guys. Appreciate your gifts. I follow anybody who gives me. It really helps push my live, too, so the more gifts, the better. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Trompy. I appreciate you. Good looking out. I appreciate you guys on the gifts. It means more to me than I can explain. So, I got a lot of college debt, y'all. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. So they were dreading going in said caves. They dreaded it. They wanted nothing to do with it. But they were pushed. Tattoo Bill in the house. What's happening, my guy? Good to see you here. Thank you, Trompy. Appreciate you, Dallas Joe. Good to see you here as well. Good to see you here as well. I hope you guys are all doing well. Richard, appreciate you. Thank you. So they were terrified of going into the caves, okay? The only reason they went into the caves is because they were pushed to the brink and had to. Because the locals in Afghanistan are welly aware of the giants, and they always have been, okay? They avoided the caves at all costs until it was their last resort, all right? And that's why. They've known about these giants for centuries, okay? So thank you so much, Cyber. Thank you so much, Johnny. So in 2001, you all know my Kandahar Giant story, when a group of special forces went on a rescue mission. Well, I found out that the original soldiers that went on that mission that they were going to rescue, they were actually on a mission and they knew said mission. They were going for the giant. All right? First time I got that one. Thank you. I like it. I like it. So they knew that they were going for the giant before they even went up there. All right? And they ended up all casualties, okay? And then they called in the big dogs and the baddest of the bad, like SEAL Team 6 level dudes, okay, to go on this rescue mission. They gave them, they made them take heavier artillery because they knew what they were going to face, etc. So one of their soldiers they lost one, and they were able to subdue said giant. All right, that was the first story that I had ever heard from Kandahar, and that was just whispers. Thank you, Trompy. Thank you, Zanetta. Appreciate you. I'm seeing a lot of new faces in this live, guys. I appreciate it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So, thank you, guys. So that was the first story I heard, and then so that I believed it. I believed it right away. I can tell, and like I've told people before, after sharing the Kandahar Giant video, Neo, what's happening? I appreciate you. Duke Dog with the goggles. Appreciate you, bro. So after I shared the said video on Kandahar Giant, I got messages from witnesses. All right, multiple witnesses. That's what people don't realize. I get a lot of hate and rhetoric, negative rhetoric in my video comment section. I don't care. At the end of the day, they don't know what I do. They don't know how in depth I get, and they don't realize that. So a lot of these soldiers that experience these giants, right? Excuse me. A lot of these soldiers that experience these giants, it changed them for life, okay? And they just want somebody to talk to that believes them, all right? That believes them, because most people don't, all right? Their peers that were there with them, but that's not the same, okay? So I think that's why I think that's a legitimate reason as to why they reach out to me, all right? Jay Neat with the goggles, I appreciate you, bro. So that's why they reach out to me. I think they just want somebody who will believe their story, because the masses don't. They think they're quacks. They think they're crazy. And imagine guys, fighting for your country, experiencing something so absolutely terrifying. These giants are terrifying. They are fast, they are strong, and they will smoke you out, bro. It ain't even a competition. You know what I'm saying? You have to have the right tech. You have to have the right weaponry. They will just lay waste to whole units, fam, one after another. All right? These giants are fast as can be. I don't think people understand how fast they are and how strong they are. I know a lot of people are like, oh, they're so big that they're clumsy. Sorry, but not the case. These giants are swift. They can run. They can jump. They're athletic. And they are lethal. All right? So I was listening to Hagman, Steve Quayle, Steve Quayle. I always say Quayle like Wale. I don't know why. It's Quayle, Quayle. But Steve Quayle, and then Corey Good is another whistleblower. He's on, like, I want to say the Gia Network, etc., along with like Randy Kramer and them guys. He was part of the Secret Space Program. But Steve Quayle was talking about the giants and how lethal they really are. You guys, these giants, so it's said Bigfoot can run 50 to 60 miles per hour. Imagine a white-tailed deer. White-tailed deer run 45. You know, the best and the baddest, 50. The biggest bucks run 50. Okay? And that's cruising. Y'all have seen white-tailed deer run. Most of you, anyway. So, Bigfoot can in all run with a whitetail on 2 feet. Okay? Bigfoot's on average 9 to 12 feet. I'm thinking the tallest Bigfoots are 12 feet. Okay? These giants are 14, 16, sometimes 20. I've heard 24 feet. So imagine how fast they run. I know it sounds outlandish, but I'm saying 100 to 80 to 100 miles an hour is how fast these fuckers run, guys. You don't stand a chance. They're picking you up with one hand and chucking you to the ground, and just, you're done. You don't even know what hit you. Okay? So I've heard that these said soldiers, some of them, when they first encounter the giants, they freeze on the spot. Some of them can't even move. They don't do anything. They just have a total mental breakdown on the spot. They back out, if they're lucky, right? This was the one that really hit home with me. This was insane when I heard this. He said that there's been accounts in record of soldiers who have laid eyes for the first time on giants and went completely gray on the spot. Riddle me that. Completely gray on the spot. That's scary. That's crazy, y'all. Like literally like they'd seen like a ghost. And it was not just a normal ghost. Like, it scared the living daylights out of these dudes that went gray on the spot, y'all. So, crazy stuff. And when I heard this, and I didn't realize, like I said, giants were so in-depth. They've been here for a long time. And how I'm going to start it off is I'm going to talk a little bit about the Book of Enoch, okay? And then I'm going to lead into this Antarctica story. The Book of Enoch, for those of you that don't know, was found on the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right? And I'm not trying to get godly on you guys. I'm not. Okay? This is just the account. The fallen angels. All right? I know you all saw my video on the ancient Anunnaki returning, the ancient Sumerian gods returning. Okay? These are the fallen angels. All right? I watched a girl's TikTok, right? She was knowledgeable. Not a crazy following, but smart with it, and I loved the content. I loved the information. So in the Book of Enoch, it talks about how a group of watchers that were supposed to be watching over mankind from the heavens eventually defied God. Okay? It defied the all supreme, the source energy, okay? And how they did this is they became so attracted to the daughters of man that they descended from the heavens. And so when they descend from the heavens, right, they bred the daughters of men, right? Well, you're thinking, fallen angels, aren't angels not supposed to be able to breed? Yes, they don't. They're all divine. They don't need to. They don't have the urge to. They don't breed. But when you descend from the heavens to earth, As soon as the fallen broke into our atmosphere, they took form of mankind. And it changes their divinity, if you will. They're no longer angels, because God knew what had happened. I want to say it was either Michael or Gabriel was observing them, and he brought the word back to the Supreme Being and told them what had happened. And God instantly cast them out, okay? And he cast them out on a whole nother level. There was no repenting. There was no forgiveness, okay? When they come down to earth, they started breeding with the daughters of men because they were so beautiful. And the result were Nephilim, all right? Giants. And it says in the Old and New, I know the Old Testament, the King James, Old Testament. In one of the first sections, it talks about the Nephilim, okay? So it's not just the book of Enoch, but the Old Testament. I want to say even the New Testament in the very beginning talks about Nephilim. All right. So they descended from the heavens, 200 watchers, and they made a pact. They'd never turn their back on each other, and whatever punishment they got, they would all heed together. All right. And they did. But when they got down here, they started breeding the daughters of men, and giants were the result. These Anunnaki kings were of supreme stance in society. They were supreme beings above the rest. They were tall, they were beautiful, and they were rich beyond their wildest dreams, all the gold they could ever dream of. And they were divine in their own way. They were almost like demigods, if you will, half man, half human. Okay, or half man, half God. Excuse me, half man, half human, half man, half God. Okay, demigods. So, they basically, by breeding mankind at that moment, when God cast them out of heaven and made them what they were, it changed their DNA sequence. So when they bred the daughters of men, it changed their DNA sequence, their genetic code, their foundation of who and what God and our ultimate creator planned on us being. The result were the Nephilim. They were an abomination to God, okay? So after they did this, they corrupted mankind. A lot of paganism, a lot of evil, a lot of devil worship, if you will. Pagan, people against goodness and normalcy is one saying that people say about pagans. They're ultimately demonic, okay? And when the Nephilim or the fallen came down, they started going towards that because God cast them out. They did ask for forgiveness through Enoch in the end, but God said no. And why I believe why I believe he said no is because after they changed who they were at their core, at their genetic makeup, I believe God couldn't allow them back into heaven or the ascended realm. God could not allow them back in because they changed their genetic coding. And same with when they bred the daughters of men and had Nephilim. When they bred the daughters of men, it changed God's creation genetically in their coding. He could not forgive them. So what he did was the flood. All right? But before the flood, there was great war. At one time on earth, man was... So at one time on earth when the Anunnaki gods were here, man was at its almost like a golden age. Megalithic structures all over the world. Gold, pyramids, craft, super advanced. I'm reluctant to talk about it, but if you guys look it up, Apollo 20, what they found on the moon, okay? I'm gonna leave it there. If you guys want, add me on my Telegram to get all the raw, uncut stuff. It's Night God Channel. That's it, on my Telegram. Also, subscribe to my YouTube. I know Holds Bar YouTube as well. There's no restrictions on YouTube. So, check it out. It's right, link in the bio. If you guys want unedited content. Because I touched on what they found on the moon in 1980s, Apollo 20. Of half Russian, half American mission, okay? It was insane. Let me just put it that way. Something like we had never, ever even known existed. At one time, mankind on Earth was so much more advanced than we ever thought of being, okay? And I'm not kidding. They were blowing us out of the water. And it was due to the fallen angels. They gave access to the daughters of man and men to this content, or appreciate you, Duke Dog, to this tech that was ascending them to higher levels of consciousness, you name it. But it was in the wrong way, okay? It was in devil worship and paganism. So I do a lot of Google Earthing, you guys, and it's crazy because I love Google Earth and I find things that blow my mind all the time on it. And it basically, I know for a fact this is the case. They were an angry, violent civilization on Earth. They built megalithic structures all over the world, of which you could not believe the size of some of them. Miles wide, miles long. All of them were angry, okay? They never were smiling. They all looked like warring beings that they were making these statues of, these megaliths of, and they were looking to the sky, okay? They were looking to the sky. To me, I've seen so many of them, you guys, that prove to me that they were, in fact, challenging God. The Anunnaki gods believed at one point that they had gained enough momentum and power to challenge the Supreme Being. And what did he do? Squashed them like a bug. They don't stand a chance. They never did. And they still don't today, even when they come back. Okay? Even when they come back, they never stand a chance. I'm just sorry, but this is the truth. They don't stand a chance. They can try all they want, all right? But they're not going to get him, all right? At the end of the day, he's got the 7 archangels, Michael, Gabriel. And you guys, I know I'm talking godly and all this stuff, and I'm glad you guys are sticking around for it because I usually lose a lot of followers when I talk about this. So thank you for sticking around. I'm just talking about it in a storyline manner, storyline sequence of history because it's historically relevant. I know people hate to say it, but the Bible it's historically relevant. The events in it took place. They sound fantastical, but they took place. Okay? So, this went on for years when the Anunnaki and the Fallen were down here having babies with the daughters of men, having giants. The first thing, and the flood wasn't the first thing the source energy attempted. Okay? In the text of the Bible, there's quotes. If you wanted to look it up, you can. The drying up of the ocean verses in the Bible, drying up of the water verses in the Bible. It talks about one of the quotes that just stick in my mind. It said, "And I will dry up all the lakes and the rivers and the oceans on earth, because the man that is there is obsessed and basically obsessed with mean idols." They loved mean idols. And that's not exact. I'm not the best at quoting scripture. I'm not super into the Bible. I don't know scripture as well, but I know the sequence of events and all that. It says basically that he's going to dry up the rivers and lakes, take all the water away, and the oceans as well. So there was a time, and I know people don't like to admit it, and they don't like to believe it, especially modern science. But I know, okay? There was a time when God somehow, and I think it was a meteor strike, possibly, dried up all the waters on the land, okay? And on Google Earth, I noticed something on the ocean floor bed that they were built perfect. Every city had one in it. They would touch every city. Some of them were 4 miles wide in spots. They were a network of canals. So when God dried up the oceans, they had some sort of nuclear fallout, or the poles already existed. They had all kinds of ice on Antarctica and the North Pole at this time. So, in spite of what God did, trying to warn them, they said, throw anything you want at us, we're going to keep thriving. And they built canals, a network of canals that touched the entirety of the earth. And it brought fresh water, which is without water, there's no life. So it brought fresh water to the entirety of the earth when it was dry. Okay? So this even, in turn, ticked God off even more. Okay? And then he did the flood. but not until after they had a great war between the two factions. All right. So right before the flood, who does God save? Noah. He calls upon Noah to build the ark, and not a boat that's made out of wood and he put 2 of every animal on board. That's the stuff that gets people going, this is just a load of crap. There's no way. And it sucks that it's like that, but it's the case. It was a super advanced craft, you guys. Noah's ark was so advanced, we can't even fathom it. Whether it was a massive ship or a spaceship that got sent into orbit, it had cryogenic, or embryonic frozen chambers in it for all the DNA of all the species on Earth, embryos, etc., so they could repopulate the Earth with every animal and being that lived on it at the time of the flood. But he chose Noah for a reason. Okay? It's because Noah's genetic sequence was still divine. It had not been corrupted by the fallen yet. I want to say maybe he was either the descendant of Seth or Abel. I'm not 100%. I'm sure my commenters know. But Noah was of pure blood. He could actually create and bore Jesus in the future and keep the bloodlines pure. When you sell, so all these elites, all this stuff going on, all this money, all that, when you sell your soul to the devil, all right, which is true, you can do it. When you sell your soul to Lucifer, and you all know how Lucifer ended up where he did. Lucifer was one of the most divine angels that stood next to God, okay? But he got vain. Everybody would compliment him on his beauty so much, and his strength, and his wisdom, and his abilities so much that he got vain. And he actually thought he could challenge the Lord. Okay? When he did, God cast him out and all his supporters. And he became Lucifer. His genetic coding changed. And when you sell your soul to him, it changes as well. And it cannot, so God will not, once you do that, you cannot be forgiven. There is no repenting. And there's a reason for that. I think God would forgive, but he can't. Because your genetic coding and your genetic makeup changes after you sell your soul to the devil. So all these daughters of men and all this breeding and interbreeding with the fallen was changing the genetic sequence of man. So God said, okay, I got to wipe them out. I got to send in a flood. Because if you read any SCP or anything like that, water is the best way to kill any entity, period. Drowning in ice cold water. So he decided to cause a great flood. Okay? Noah had this super advanced ark. He had all the DNA, all the embryos of all the beings that lived on Earth on board, and basically it was a go. God flooded the earth. But right before he flooded the earth, the Anunnaki knew what was coming. Okay? The Anunnaki knew. And when they figured this out, this was the result. The freezing of the Nephilim. The cryogenic or crystalline freezing of the Nephilim. That's how they survived the flood. They took them into the cave networks that were no longer housing lava, the Afghanistan cave networks, but mostly the Antarctica cave network, okay? In Antarctica, the underground megalithic structures in Antarctica is where a lot of them were housed until it was disturbed. That was one of the first ones disturbed. There's not much record of it, which that's standard, all right? But this guy, Steve Quayle and Corey Good, they have basically whistleblowers of the highest ranking military status. They don't give up their sources, which is any good journalist doesn't do that. I know people cry about my sources. Any good journalist doesn't give up his source. You're not supposed to, or they'll never talk to you again. Who's going to give up one of the highest, a high-ranking official who's willing to tell you all the dirt that he really knows? Nobody. You know, at the end of the day, nobody. So these gentlemen like I said, it's hard to get ironclad hard evidence, video, pictures, etc. They are confiscated right away. People are always like, where's the pictures? Where's the video? Do you really think Gov's going to share them with you guys? Come on. You know what I mean? Let's be realistic here. They're not. Okay? They're not going to share them with us, guys. That's just the fact of the matter. They're never, ever going to release that information to the public or any news media outlets, period. Okay? Let's make sure we get them gifts rolling, fam. I appreciate you guys. Hit that like screen. Appreciate you. This is one of the best lives I've had in forever. So thank you guys. Love you all. So then God flooded the earth, and Noah had the ark. It got rid of all the Nephilim, but some of them were frozen in these chambers, okay? Now, all of a sudden, they're awakening. Appreciate the gift, bro. All of a sudden, they've started awakening, okay? And they have been, I want to say they have been since the 2000s, the early 2000s, right before the Kandahar Giant, okay? And the U.S. government's known about it. No question about it. They know. They've known all about it, all right? So one of the first missions, I appreciate you, Armor. I appreciate you. One of the first missions that they sent a spec ops group on was down in Antarctica, just like my story told. Down in Antarctica, okay? They knew exactly what they were going into. In the story, at first I kind of told it like they didn't. They did, all right? And I realized that by the second story. That's why I made it seem like they already knew when they had the copper rounds, because they did. They knew what they were getting into, but they didn't know what they were getting into. You know what I'm saying? They knew, but they didn't know. You know what I mean? I think when they got there, they were quite surprised at what they were facing. I mean, I think they were probably just thinking 9 to 12 foot tall giants that would be easily subdued with our tech. Charlie boy, I appreciate you. With our tech, and it would be a cakewalk, because that's what we're used to as humans, right? Yes, with the fire, Charlie boy. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. So they get to their point, their rendezvous point on the Antarctic ice shelf, and they waste no time starting their ascension or descending down the massive cavern already pre-drilled for them. 6 foot wide, 7 foot wide hole drilled straight into the ice. Okay? If y'all have seen Oak Island, same type of concept, same type of drill. Just they don't share it with the public. They have this tech way in advance. Caissons, they call them. And they could drill right into the ice. Also, I've heard they use hot water blasts to also drill into the ice. Obviously, you could use hot water blast that could be slowly chip away at the ice. So they had a cavern waiting for them. They descended down the cavern. Their boots hit the ground, and they can't believe what they're seeing. A massive megalithic structure under the ice. Now, all of a sudden, I'm hearing that within the last 2 years or so, the melting ice is resulting in activation of ancient megalithic ruins on Antarctica. The ice melting and exposing these said ruins is activating them. So there's a lot of action going on right now in Antarctica. Appreciate you, Charlie boy. You the man. So there's a lot of action going right now in Antarctica. They're seeing a lot, and a lot fast. Okay? So I'm going to tell you that this may or may not have something to do with global, you know what I mean? They didn't want it exposed yet. Okay? They don't want the people necessarily to find out about this stuff. So, but it's happening. So this instance was in the early 2000s, right around the same time as the Giant of Kandahar. So they see this massive megalithic structure, and they cannot believe their eyes. They know that it's from the fallen, the Anunnaki, the ancient builder race that built massive megalithic structures, pyramids. Now, not all the pyramids were built by evil entities. Not all the pyramids were built by Nephilim. There's some good factions that built pyramids as well. A lot of them. Okay? At this time on Earth, there was a lot of advanced beings. Super advanced. We don't even understand it. Let's just put it that way. We don't get it. We never will. The only way we would is if we saw it firsthand. And we just don't fathom it. We're not there, guys. I know that's hard to believe. People don't like to believe it. But there's been multiple races and populations on Earth that were much, much more advanced than we ever thought of being. Appreciate you, Underground. So they're making their way around this megalithic structure, and they kind of stumble upon a massive door, 30-foot door, 10-foot thick, just a massive door. And they're like, what could be in this corridor or this portion of the structure? It's kind of like a one-way thing. That's only they stumbled upon this first, and this is the way you had to go. Okay. So one of the soldiers walks up, and they're kind of analyzing it. They're trying to feel around. They can't figure out where the heck or how the heck to open it. But one of the soldiers walks up and just places his hand on the door, and it starts to move and starts to almost activate based off his energy. All right. They said it was as if it was like anti-gravity. It lifted slightly, backed up, and then slid to the side, letting them in. All right, letting them into the said corridor. This corridor had super advanced tech in it. As soon as they stepped foot in it, they knew this stuff is super advanced tech. It was a special area of the structure. Okay. So they're making their way around. They decide to split up. They're making their way around to cover more ground. And the soldiers are noticing the hieroglyphs in this structure. Now, these soldiers had already been on multiple missions, expeditions to ruins. So they were actually familiar with hieroglyphs, cuneiform writing, etc. They were familiar with it. They said that this stuff was like beyond what they had ever seen by a long shot. They said the stuff down here was beyond what they had ever seen, okay, as they made their way around and observed. There were massive pillars, statues that stood 20, 30, 40 feet tall. Beautiful work, advanced, okay? Some sort of advanced cutting technology had to be used, okay? So as they're making their way around, always on alert because they know what they're there for. One of their teammates, one of their Navy SEAL teammates, goes, "Guys, you need to come over here and look at this." Okay, so the group rendezvous around this gentleman. As they walk up, they spot it. Okay, it's a large crystalline-like structure, and he's kind of just looking up at it. But over the years, it was so cold, it had built a nice frost layer over the front of it. So you couldn't make out what was inside. What do you make of it? You know, they're kind of just chatting back and forth. Well, one of the soldiers walks up and he kind of starts, scraping it off or wiping off the frost more or less. And as he does, they see it. And it is a giant. A massive giant. They said 16 to 20 feet tall. Like nothing they had ever seen before. And they look almost like this. They looked angry. They were in a stasis. They looked angry. Okay? As if they weren't happy about being put into these crystal chambers. They were not happy about it. All right? Eyes wide open. They didn't look like they were asleep. Nothing. Now, I think that this picture is actually a little bit exaggerative on what exactly they look like. I don't think they were quite this ugly. They didn't look good, but they weren't quite this ugly. They had red hair, regular human-like facial features, etc. They were a lot more normal than they promote to the people through folklore, etc. Okay? So, as they're looking at it, it looks as if it's staring at them. Almost as if it has a slight consciousness, like it knows, right? Well, suddenly another teammate says, "Guys, you're going to want to check this out." And they look over, and two of the chambers had already been broken out of. All right? So the leader, the sergeant, or whatever you want to call him, the leader of the group, says, "All right, fellas, you know what time it is." They drop their clips, and they load other clips that they have on them. Okay? So, what was in the first clips? Regular NATO full metal jacket rounds, armor piercing. All right? the second clips contained not just plated copper, not just plated, pure copper Full Metal jackets. That has to be pure. Plated copper does not work. This is the first time I had ever heard this, y'all. This one blew my mind. Plated copper is the only thing that works. So, or sorry, not pure copper, not plated. Plated copper does not work. Pure copper is the only thing that works. It has to be pure. It has to be solid copper rounds. Okay? They load them up, and as they're loading them, they hear a loud cry. You know, roar. And all, of course, alert. They all look up, and it's too late. This massive giant with precision, speed, accuracy, athleticism flies from behind this massive megalith nearby. He grabs one of the soldiers up with one hand, more or less, picks him up, boom, slams him to the ground. Dead, instantly, gone. They can't believe their eyes. They're like, what in the hell is going on? You know, like these giants are benevolent. They don't hesitate to attack man. These giants in the old time would have been cannibals of man. They are known for being man-eaters. All right? So, as this is going on, another giant is standing up on a ledge above them, 20, 30 feet above them. He jumps down, boom, smashes another one, lands right on him, smashes him, kills him instantly. And they're like, oh shit, it's time. The leader yells, engage, engage. They start lacing them up. One round after another with their automatic weapons. Okay? The giants don't seem to be phased at all. It's like mosquito bites to them. They're more or less just running through the bullets. Okay? They eventually make their way to cover. Okay? They get away for just a split second. They get behind a massive megalith, and they look back, and the giants, gone. They don't know where they went. All right? As they're sitting behind the megalith, they're kind of regrouping, realizing what the hell just happened, and they got to move. They know that. They got to move. They can't sit still. So the rest of the group quietly starts making their way down the corridor. It's a massive hallway. It leads to another room. Okay? It leads to more corridors, more area within the structure. All right? So they start making their way down, and all of a sudden, once again, they hear a cry out. All right? They turn around, and there they are, the giants that they originally started shooting, and they just start coming at them full speed ahead. These things, like I said, they're running 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. Okay? But as they're approaching them, they start to kind of lose a step. Boom, boom, boom. They kind of get a look of anguish on their face. And the men turn around and they're going, okay, shit. That's, you know, it's working. It's working. The copper bullets take a second. Okay? And they said ancient native cultures did the same thing. They created all their spears and all their arrowheads out of pure copper. That was the only way to subdue the red-haired giants. And there was red-haired giants all across Middle America, North America, even Canada. Red-haired giants. I'll tell you a crazy story about them afterwards. All right? So, they more or less drop. Both of them. And they're like, all right, you know, they get a little, you know, the guys, I mean, obviously they're discouraged at first, but they get a little boost of confidence. And that's when the third giant finally breaks out of his chamber. And he's coming at them. All right? But this giant saw what happened to his comrades, so he was a little smarter, a little more elusive. Didn't just bull rush them. All right? He was a little more tactical. Intelligence. They're not stupid beings. They're smart. Okay? Little side note. A gentleman on my video warned me in my comments about this. They said that when you're talking about giants like you are, when I'm bringing them up, when I'm telling their story, when I'm calling them out, they instantly know it, okay? They instantly know it. They know where you're at. They know what you're doing. They know all of it, okay? And this kind of spooked me a little bit. I'm not even going to lie, you guys. He said, just wait. Appreciate you, Chuck. Appreciate you, bruh. Appreciate the gifts. Thank you so much, you guys. So, said giant. Sorry, I interrupted myself. Okay. So, how they know. Okay, how they know where I'm at. Once you start talking about them, you give off a pheromone, right? Once you start recognizing they're real and exposing them, like myself, it's said you give off a pheromone, whether it's fear, instinctual, maybe something to with how we reacted to them in the old days. It's natural within our genetic makeup. We give off something. Okay, so y'all know the story, man. Y'all remember when you were a kid? Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Classic, bro. Classic line. They can smell it, and that's how they locate you. They can smell you. You know what I'm saying? That's how they locate you, and it doesn't matter where they're at in the world. Somehow they can pick up your scent. These beings are insane, fam. All the folklore has relevance, guys. I know it's hard to believe. Thank you for the gifts. All the folklore that we heard growing up as kids. Mad Dog, I appreciate you. All of that has relevance. I know it's hard to believe. Okay? So, one dude was like in my live, I did a live on YouTube last night. So just so you guys know, if something ever happens on this live, I'll hop over to YouTube, and I also have a backup account on here. Night God with 4 3s. Add it up. That's where I'll be. So, if something happens on here, I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm really trying hard to stay within the community guidelines. Okay. So, they're making their way down this corridor, and they hear the other giant escape. Thank you, Thome. Right? The gnome thief or Thome. Appreciate you. They start making their way. Thome Chief. Appreciate you, bro. Down this massive corridor, and the other giant is fast on their heels. All right, they're moving with haste. They know what's at the end of this whole cavern. All right, so they're making haste, running down the hallway, running through the corridor, and suddenly the giant's calls get closer, closer, closer. In the said corridor, like I said, there's shelves that they built, like walkways all the way around it. These corridors are massive. Some of them quarter-mile high, half-mile high. Obviously, they're for giants. So this giant is running alongside of them. And dude, for some reason, probably only in this area, because there's also it was where they reside. They know it. They live there. There was massive megalithic structures. They could stay elusive. They could just disappear in an instant. They're fast. So they look back up. He's gone once again. Okay. He kind of slowly tails them behind some pillars, and suddenly cuts across the way, grabs one of them. Same thing. More or less smashes him. This time he takes a little farther, gets his fill, if you know what I mean. So there's another soldier down. They're down to just a handful of soldiers left. Nobody was able to hit him with any shots. This time they get out in front of him quite a ways, all right? Because he's preoccupied with the other dude. So they get to this next door, same type of door as they previously encountered. Lay their hand on it, shifts, boom, they walk through, and it closes, all right? And this time, it's different. This time, it opens up to a massive cave system, a massive cave network, all right? So, the giants, the Anunnaki, they have a drill tech. It's plasma-based. On this Hagman and Hagman show, they said that they can drill a 1 to 2 mile wide cavern 7 miles a day. All right, and they started in Antarctica. Okay, they started in Antarctica, the giants, and they made their way up the coast, all through the Americas. All right, from Antarctica, 7 miles a day, chugging. And it basically allowed them to travel all over the world. This said tunnel is known by Gov. It's used often by they use them often. U.S. soldiers from the secret space program, from this giant program, they use this corridor often to this day. Okay, but it's massive. Like I said, it goes all the way up through Canada into the Northwest Territory. Now, what happens in Antarctica, you guys, all the time? What is the weird anomaly that takes place in Antarctica? They average thousands of disappearances a year, usually within the mountains, the harsh conditioned areas, Mount Hayes, etc. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb, and this also goes possibly for the ones in the U.S. All the national park disappearances, all of them, throughout the country, in the Appalachians, all over, are due to the giants living under the earth in the cave systems, okay? They are, like I said, quiet, swift, fast, and you don't stand a chance. And most people don't know about the copper thing. So they're done, right? So I think that the giants could have a lot to do with the disappearances all over the national parks in the United States, okay? As well as Alaska, Canada. So this network, this corridor, travels all the way up to Northwest Territories, all right? It's still used by the U.S. today. So they're making their way through this said corridor when the said cave system, when suddenly the giant comes through the door. And he just starts barreling at him. They lace him up. This guy gets like one more of them and eventually falls to his doom. All right. End of the day, it was a successful mission. They recovered all the bodies. The men lost a lot of they had a lot of casualties, but they more or less made the significant discovery about Antarctica and how it's connected, and it goes all the way up through the Americas. All right. So that was the first time they realized what was going on with the giants. The crystal caverns, the crystal tombs that they're in, and they're in a stasis. They're existing in. That made the government well aware of what was taking place. They knew there were giants. They knew there were some of them getting loose, but they didn't know exactly the details. So this was a successful mission in their eyes. And this one has been hidden in the archives, guys. I've never found this one. The only reason I found it is because I got a tip from a ex-military Air Force member. And then I watched this Hagman and Hagman show. They talked on this, among other things. Okay, I suggest you guys check it out on YouTube. So now they were aware, and ever since then, you guys, they said, so it kind of made me laugh because I was reading, and they said that only 48 giants were frozen, and only 48 of them exist today. They're sorely mistaken. I'm talking 1 million of them were frozen in these crystal chambers. 1 million of them. And why they froze them, why they did this, is because the Anunnaki they knew they were going to need help again when they tried to come back and take over the planet Earth. They feel they have divine right to be here. They feel that they have more of a right than we do, even though they created us in a way, and they used us as slaves. All right, as far as the daughters of men, etc. But the other higher beings that were on Earth, Lemurians at the time, the Syrian Anunnaki. Now the Syrian Anunnaki are different. You got the reptilians or the Draconian Anunnaki and the Syrian Anunnaki. Okay? And you even have another faction, the Templar, which this blew my mind. The Templar Anu, y'all. The Templar Anunnaki. So where do you think they got the Templars from? They were also evil. Atlanteans, also evil. So it was Lemurians. The Templar knew they were mostly evil, but they did have some members inherently good that ceded to the light. All right? So basically, these factions fought over the slavery of mankind. They used gold for everything. Gold is a super energy conductor of sorts, and they knew how to use it. A lot of people don't know this, but all the pyramids were originally capped with a gold piece. And why these said pyramids line up with the stars is because certain times a year, when they were in perfect alignment with the stars, they would harvest the stars' energy. That's not a joke. Like, that's facts. They would harvest these stars' energy and have free energy from them. Okay? You can't find most of the pyramids most of the pyramids known today don't have caps. Treasure hunters, people confiscated them. Okay? But, yeah, that's why this ancient builder race was so good, is because they had Nephilim to help them build. All right? End of the day. So, after all this initial interaction with said giants, it continued and continued. From within South America, within Middle America, Mexico, to North America. There was an instance where the Mexican Special Forces or the Spanish Special Forces tried to subdue giants. They're the equivalent of our Special Forces to their country. They had to call up the Pentagon and say, all right, we need your help. So then we sent a group down. We've captured many of them. We've captured many giants. Now, this was crazy to me. A gentleman commented on my video, and he said, bro, the giants, right? He says, do you realize, he says, do you realize there's millions of them? Not just a million, but millions of them? For one. Two, guess what the giants keep for pets? What have we been seeing in our oceans? Sea creatures, right? It's a big deal. Sea creatures. The giants kept krakens, Loch Nesses, sea serpents as pets. At least that's what he said. I had never heard that one before. It blew my mind. About shit. I was like, no fucking kidding. And it does kind of make sense. They're unthawing. So what would be happening? As they're unthawing, so are their pets. And that's why we've been getting all the sightings we've been getting of sea creatures all over the world. Thank you, Kay Lynch. Appreciate you. All over the world. So sea creatures are coming back, and they're coming out of the woodwork, fam. And it's because they correlate with the giants. All right? Now, I'm going to move on to my story about the soldiers in Afghanistan. This is a touchy subject. Thank you, Chewy Baka. Appreciate you. This is a touchy subject because a lot of people don't like to hear that Biden, effed up royally. But the fact of the matter is, and I hate to say it, because I think we could do better all the way around. But if you don't think that he knew the backlash he would face leaving that country, you need to wake up. This man has the best advisors in the world around him. He knew that if he left and left all that equipment, he would be eating crap for the next year from U.S. citizens. He knew it. Okay? He left there and left that equipment because he had to. Period. And I didn't vote for him. You know what I'm saying? Okay? He left that equipment because he had to. Can you imagine trying to fight these giants in Toyota Tacomas with freaking 50 cal turrets in the back? You know what I'm saying? That's all they have over there. All right? That's why he left the high profile equipment, the Moabs, mother of all bombs. Now, a coincidence, all right? Moab was the son of Lot in the Bible. And he liberated the Israelites against who? The giants. Moab in the Bible. Look it up. He liberated the Israelites against the giants. Okay? It's not a coincidence that said 21,000 pound freaking hellstorm of TNT was called Moab. All right? Also, Isis, okay? She's a Greek goddess. She's a Greek goddess, and she's not only divine and human, but she has Nephilim blood in her as well. She was a inherently good leader. She was trying to show people that, yes, the Nephilim can be good. All right? There's some correlation there with why they renamed them what they did. All right? There's rhyme and reason for everything. And the Gov knows. All right? And they do it. And they do it to... Why they do this, okay, I believe is because they want to, without saying, say. They want to kind of enlighten without enlightening directly. They want to let you know without letting you know. All right? They want you to think about it, and they want you to put two and two together. All right? That's what I believe why it happens the way it does. Okay? That's just how I feel. Could be wrong. Could be coincidence, but I think not. You know, but what it was there's been a lot more high profile U.S. soldiers lost over there than they'll ever admit against these giants. Okay, and this last one, and what sucks is, who do they blame it on every time a soldier comes back? That's messed up. They're willing to take the heat for the giants, to the media, to the public. I am willing to bet you that the entirety of everything in being over there started over the giants and being able to monitor them and watch them, study them, figure them out. Kandahar and ancient Sumeria are kind of in the same area. That's where they started emerging from first. So we wanted to be over there and we wanted to watch and figure out what the heck we are up against. And it's something serious, okay? It's something serious. So this gentleman emailed me or sent me a message on TikTok, and he said, bro, I think I know why we left so abruptly, Afghanistan. And I was intrigued right away. I was like, really? Because it's never made, from day one, it ain't made sense. Think about it from the get. Come on, man. You really want to? You basically just handed the election over. You know what I mean? By doing that, you guys. You all saw the NCAA football this weekend. It wasn't favoring old OG up here. Now, I can't lie. I'm not a huge fan, but I've found a new respect for that man because he has taken all this freaking heat. He has taken all the negativity, all the terrible comments, all the hate, all the rhetoric, knowing damn well the truth, knowing damn well when he left, this is what would happen. I got a newfound respect for that. I got to throw it up to him. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you got to give that man respect. He's taken all kinds of flack. You don't even begin to know. Okay? That's why when they showed him in the war room, he was sitting in front of TV talking to Nancy Pelosi by himself about said entity. Okay? Now, is that the only reason we left? I'm not going to say it is, because there probably was a whole plethora of reasons. But I think what it was we were tired of being the front, the battle front for these said entities. We were tired of it. We were tired of losing high-profile military assets, basically, that cost a fortune to groom into a super soldier or the elite of the elite. One after another after another. It's costing a lot more to be there. So he's like, all right, well, here's what we'll do. Since you guys need help and we will be there to help you, we can no longer be there to help you. Here you go. We're going to this is the scenario. We got to do it like this. It's going to get backlash. It's going to get negative media coverage. People are going to wonder what the heck and why. But Biden, prepare. You're going to take a lot of heat, brother. But let's do it. They did it. All right? End of the day, that's how I believe it went down. Whether you do or not, that's fine. Okay? You're entitled to your opinion. Real Ghost Hunter, thank you, bro. It's good to see you. It's been a while, brother. Good to see you. So, that's how it went. Okay? So this gentleman emailed me, and he goes, here, actually, I'm going to pull him up. I'll read him word for word. I'll read him word for word what he sent me. And you guys will be able to tell just as I did. It's not fake. It's not fake. Okay? He's a soldier, and it's real shit. All right? I got all the pictures right here. I took screenshots, then instantly deleted the messages, and advised him to do the same. He did. So we're both good. So after he emailed me, I emailed him back, and this is what he replied. All right. So I have top secret clearance, and I've been to Afghanistan twice. All right. He was a radio tech. All right. Now, why would comments I got like crazy? Why would a radio tech need top secret security clearance? Well, I don't know. Let's think about it for a second, people. If this man is fixing radio equipment, he is not only fixing it, but he is getting the intel on them. And he is laying eyes upon said intel. And he was the tech and the repairman for not just your average foot soldier, not your average infantry. He was the repairman for the elite, the best of the best. The Marine Special Forces, Navy SEALs, British Marines, you name it. He was around the best of the best. So yes, he had to have top secret clearance. Okay? To see all these messages and decode them, all that. That's how it makes sense. All right? He's not lying. Radio technician, when it comes back to the FOB, forward operating base. Now, FOB, just him saying FOB, that authenticates it right there. I am the radio technician, and I fix the comm gear when it comes back to the FOB, forward operating base. I've never heard that term, never heard that lingo in my life. He abbreviated it, FOB, then in parentheses, forward operating base. So, I've worked with MARSOC, U.S. Marine Special Forces, SEALs, Rangers, and British Royals Marines. Most recently, I got back from Afghanistan 7 months ago, and that was when I believe our leadership decided it was not worth staying. Okay? A SEAL buddy of mine came back with a bunch of broken radios after a mission where a squad took 60% casualties. This didn't happen over there. They had it well under control. You didn't see that many casualties within one unit ever, especially when just facing, the original force that we were supposed to be there for. Okay, so instantly he was like, ears up. Whoa, this is weird. What's going on? Which was highly unusual. We were in the Kandahar region of Afghanistan. They had been sent on a patrol through the surrounding hills and mountains. Now, when they say they were sent on a patrol, so they were sent. So when these happen, these attacks, the original Kandahar Giant, etc., when it happened, they went there with the intent. The original crew went there with the intent on taking out the said giant. And I think that was the case here. They always make it seem like they were just out wandering the abyss and they ran into these entities. I don't believe that's the case. I believe that their mission was to do this, to encounter the giant and see what they could do. All right? So when he asked the SEAL what happened, he said, Afghanistan, they had been sent on a patrol through the surrounding hills and mountains. Officially, they were ambushed by a platoon-sized Afghani element. But he says, but I didn't buy it. I had some booze I had snuck in to the wire, and I ended up getting drunk with him for 6 days after he returned. He told me to never, one night when we were drinking, he told me to never repeat the shit he told me to anyone. But information like this is to be shared and not kept secret. So that was his own statement to me. He said that information like this should not be kept secret. Information like this should be let out and known by the public. He doesn't agree with that. He doesn't agree with the hiding of all of this, the secrecy. He thinks it should be known by the public. That's why he messaged me. Okay? He wouldn't go into gritty detail, either because he was still processing or because he was forcibly told not to. Okay? Hold on here. I got to find the proper picture here. He wouldn't go into gritty detail because he was either still processing or forcibly told not to. But he said that they were coming up on a suspected hostile outpost in a cave system that was known to them. The outpost was said to be regular soldiers. But as they were approaching the said outpost, they heard death-defying screams in the cavern. Okay? They proceeded to a vantage point out of view of possible enemy combatants and witnessed, when they looked down, he says this in all caps, a literal fucking giant. He said it took out dozens of Afghani soldiers. Everyone was in shock from what they were witnessing. And my buddy said it appears as if he was 16 to 20 feet tall. They began a tactical withdrawal after they got to their vantage point to look down at the said entity, but were then quickly noticed by said giant, who rushed them and began engaging the squad. 3 were immediately took out. Then they eventually got enough time and an air support was called in via A-10. By the time it was done, 8 SEALs and corpsmen had lost their lives and 2 were badly injured, although they survived. They made it back to the wire and I didn't see any of them for 2 days. Apparently they were briefed by a 3-star to keep that shit quiet under threat of backlash. This was right after Biden had taken office and right before he announced the exit plan. I suspect the two are connected in some way, as reports of giant men in the hills. Okay? So, you heard it. End of the day. That was his assessment of the situation. Okay? So he says, as reports of giant men in the hills. Okay? He said, and then he said, keep me anonymous. Okay? So, there you go. He said he got hammered drunk with the... I'm missing one of them. That's what stinks about that. Apparently, I'm missing one. Let me see. There we go. Hold on. Okay. He basically goes on to say that they drank for 6 days after he had snuck some booze into the wire, and him and his SEAL buddy got hammered. I did say that, actually, my bad. So yeah, that's when he finally warmed up to him enough to admit to him what happened. Imagine being that soldier in that situation, you guys. At the end of the day, he's sitting in there and he's going, "Wow, I can't believe what I witnessed, but I can't tell anybody. I can't talk to anybody. I just lost my comrades. I can't even, I can't even vent. I can't even share what I know." You know what I mean? So I think that was the final straw. I think that was it. So you all saw that moment on TV when good old Joe was being criticized for doing this during it, right? The unloading of the deceased soldiers so those soldiers, they weren't took out by what you thought. The giant. That's what those were the result of. That blew my mind when I thought about it. I was like, oh my God, those were the soldiers. When everybody's bitching about him checking his watch, those were the soldiers that got took out by the massive 16-foot giant. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. So Are giants real? I want to say yes. Like, how can you not, right? Are they coming back? Are they coming back to try and earn what they believe their divine right to Earth? Sure. And I think there's a lot more than we ever believed, okay? Now, not all of them are malevolent. Not all of them are evil. A lot of them are inherently good. And those ones are actually inhabiting inner Earth, all right? Inner Earth. That's where these ones reside with the Love and Light faction, okay? Because if you watch, Bird said when he went down there, his radio man chopped it up, ate dinner with giants. They were very cordial, very nice, almost soft. But don't let it fool you. Just because somebody's like that or these beings are like that, don't mean they can't find the rage of what they got to do. So, is it crazy? Like, is it scary? What's going to happen? I'm not 100% sure. I'm thinking within the next 5 to 10 years, something crazy might happen with them. They might emerge from the earth and try and make a stand or start something. Okay? So, when looking back, I found out some more info, and I hope that I'm okay to share this. Viewer discretion advised, entertainment purposes only, okay? Make sure you guys hit that like screen. I appreciate any donations. I'll follow you. So, maybe you know what I'll do. The highest bidder, right? The highest donator for the next few lives, right? And you got to donate a certain amount. I'm going to call it, I kind of calculated it out, but I'm going to call it at least $25 worth, $20 to $25 worth of donations. I'm going to put you in a hat, and eventually, after a week or so, I'll have a drawing for free apparel. It'll be a free hoodie. Okay? At the very least, a free hoodie. All right? They're around $55. They're clean. They're made better. I don't make cheap clothes. When you buy this, it's going to last, you guys, and it's going to last forever. So, or when you win it or earn it in a prize, it'll last forever. So, I went with higher quality because I didn't want that stuff that fades after one wash and it gets wrecked. So, if you guys would, check out my apparel, link in the bio, direct me, then click the link. I have 3 different designs for the hoodies. The shirts are pretty is what it is. There's female t-shirts as well, and then I got 50 flex fit caps. So check them out. If you like them, grab one up. I'd appreciate it. So that's the deal with the giants. I do have a little more folklore to share with them though. Okay, in the Americas, North America particularly, the lore of giants goes on forever. It's been around for thousands of years. All the natives, all the ancient native tribes that emerged after the earth was flooded from the caves, they emerged to a earth uninhabited, barren, nothing, right? Tattoo Bill, my guy, I appreciate you, bro. Good man. It's a good man right there. Another Michigander. So, when the natives emerged from the caves, also did said red-haired giants. Now, I actually have a story on my page from a native Paiute Indian, or Paiute native, Sarah Winnemucca. Okay? Sarah Winnemucca. She's from the 1800s. Yeah, with the record player. I like it. So, she's from the 1800s, guys. And she was the first native woman to write an autobiography in history. Okay? And you can look it up. This is facts. Okay? So in her biography, The Life and Times in the Paiute tribe, or Paiute tribe. Okay? In a certain section of this said autobiography, there's a whole plethora of information on giants that they encountered on the regular. Okay? Their tribes encountered red-haired giants on the regular right here in the United States. Appreciate you, my guy. Right here in the United States. Okay? So, she said that they used to call them Thule eaters. Okay? They were out of Nevada. Okay? Nevada. They called them Thule eaters because these giants would sit by the shore of Lake Tacoma and they would eat certain plants. Appreciate you, bro. For real. Thank you so much. They would eat certain water-based plants called Thule, T-U-L-E. And not only that, they would weave entire rafts out of these water plants to avoid attacks or ambushes from the local native tribes. So, as soon as they emerged from inner earth after the flood, the first thing they were doing is they started fighting with the red-haired giants in America. Okay? The natives is what I mean. So, not only that, the giants would use their said rafts to float around the lake, and they would kidnap and capture the native women who were gathering the Thule plant alongside the lake. These giants were, I want to say, pretty sure of it, were cannibalistic. Had a taste for English blood, I guess. So that's what was happening. So these giants, red-haired giants, were all over North America, and the tribes fought them for 3, 4, 5 years. When finally they got tired of it. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate you. They got tired of it, so they joined an alliance. They usually were warring with these said tribes, but all 3 tribes in her area, the chiefs met up and they formed an alliance to try and stomp out the red-haired giants once and for all. So they gather and they move in on the red-haired giants in their territory. Okay? A small skirmish breaks out. The giants are doing what they can, but the sheer numbers of the natives were too much for them. They pushed them into a cave system. Okay? After pushing them into the said cave system, they pulled a bunch of brush piles that they had already ready and pulled them in front of the mouth of the cave. Lit them on fire. As they were burning, all the smoke was pouring into the cavern. Okay? They were suffocating. The ones that didn't suffocate and actually made their way out met a barrage of arrows from the native tribes. So they killed them. This was the last battle, Sarah Winnemucca said, between us, or natives, and the red-haired giants. This was the final battle. And later on, in said cave, a miner, after removing 250 tons of batshit, discovered 12, 14, 16 feet tall giant remains in the Lovelock Cavern. Lovelock Cavern. Glad that hit me. Lovelock Cave System. They found the remains of Sarah Winnemucca's accounts and said giants. Alright? Tumultuous talk. Too random, bro. Too random. I apologize. Too random, bro. We'll collab, bro. We'll collab, I promise. We'll collab. But they basically found out she wasn't full of shit, okay? So not only that, right? After they beat out the red-haired giants, after they beat them out, they would collect their hair as evidence. Their red hair, because that was what distinguished them. And if you look it up right here now, you can find a picture of Sarah Winnemucca on Wikipedia wearing a one-of-a-kind dress that was woven with the hair of the red-haired giants. She said it's the only one of its kind. It's true. I looked at it, and it looks legit. So, At this point, it's like the late 1800s, okay? Now, many believe that the giants existed up to the early 1900s in North America. They just hid in the mountains, okay? At this point, they were here. And we came over. Us, the Europeans. We came over, and this is where 1800s, Revolutionary War, 1796. So we had been over there for a while, but this is when we were kind of getting more established into the Great Plains, into the heart. Thank you so much. Into the heart of America when we were going west. Okay. Well, there was discoveries made of massive, beautiful, perfectly built megalithic structures all over the Midwest and the West Coast area, built by said giants, okay? They were all over our country at one time. We don't see them anymore. So what happened was, U.S. Congress knew about them, and they were immaculate structures, you guys. They were perfect. They were made perfect. They were immaculate. They were beautiful. The geometry they used, the absolute skill they used to build these was beyond our comprehension at the time. So what do we do about things that we don't understand as humans? Either get rid of it or take it out without saying the other. So the Congress at the time actually held a gathering or convention at one of the most beautiful sites built by the giants in America, just so they could just to see it, and they all wanted to see it, and just to prove that yes, they did exist. They did build massive, beautiful structures. So they held one of their last conventions at said site, said megalithic site of sheer beauty. And then afterwards, so the public wouldn't find out, they tore it down. And they proceeded to tear down every monument, every building, every remnant of the red-haired giants in North America, all over the country. So people wouldn't know. Supposedly true story. I'm not 100% on the details of which Congress, what time, but yes, this took place. All the massive megalithic structures that they built were tore down. All right. End of the day, I don't understand it. I guess I'm not sure why they didn't want us to know. Sorry guys, I know I've been ignoring your comments, but it's so hard to keep up with all the comments. But I'm going to start kind of slowly looking at them. Okay, nice. Gentleman said True Legends episode 3, the taking out of the giants. So, yes, the Grand Canyon could have been built. I agree. So the Egyptians actually inhabited North America too. There were actually a lot more Egyptians here than originally thought from the Grand Canyon monument found, or the Grand Canyon temple found. They found this temple in the Grand Canyon that had caverns full of seed and food and storage, and they had everything hoarded for the Great Flood. It connected to an underground tunnel system throughout, and they kind of hunkered down there while the waters resided for the flood. So that's basically what the bloodlines of said natives was Egyptian bloodline. Oh yeah, there's so I know a lot of people find it hard to believe when you say this, but there was one that actually existed. There were giants that existed that were 50 feet tall. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I want to say, I don't know why 2011 or 2012 is or maybe around that time, either that or like 2016, 2017. A group of students from the institute from Southampton University over in Europe. It's one of the most renowned oceanography schools in the world. These people are the top tier oceanographers. It's their passion. It's what they want to do with their life. So this research group of students dropped a little mini drone to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Okay, the mini drone would travel just above the bottom, the ocean floor, and ping, ping, ping sonar, and it would show anomalies as it was going. It would just ping. So as this said drone was traveling just above the ocean floor, 2.1 miles deep, fam. I know you all saw Mini Minuteman and my beef, right? Where and I wish I would have, I completely forgot to touch on the fact that they found giant footprints 2.1 miles deep in the ocean. Okay? Because he said, what? Oh, he was just like, what? Did they have a snorkel that was 1.5 miles long? Bruh. Really? Come on, man. How the hell, that no giant could ever walk 2 miles deep in the ocean? Well, no kidding. Maybe. There wasn't an ocean there when he was walking around. You ever think of that? You know what I'm saying? Or it was shallow to boot at the end of the day. These giant footprints that these students found were 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. 3,500 steps. Of course, if you go online, you can find legit documentation, but they also have, obviously, hoax websites, which is that's a common tactic. Anything to discredit, they label a hoax. That's easy. That's schoolyard shit when it comes to conspiracy, guys. Just because they call something a hoax, don't buy it's a hoax, yo. Come on. That's old school tactics, man. If it's called a hoax, you should believe it. How about that? You know what I'm saying? If it's called a hoax, you should believe it, because that's what it is. It's a tactic used. Okay. Or they like to say art projects too, for the giant skeletons. Art projects, I'm sure. So they found these giant footprints on the bottom of the ocean floor because, like I said in the beginning of my life, at one time, appreciate you, great one, at one time, God emptied the oceans, all the rivers, and all the lakes against the fallen and the daughters of men and the Nephilim. It was one tactic he used to try and stomp them out. Eventually, he ended up having to use the flood. And this is because they built giant canal system. And you guys, I'm going to touch on this. Mars, okay? Look back, okay? This is discretion advised, may or may not be true, entertainment purposes only. Mars. If you look back at Mars, and this is something I just researched very heavily. If you look back at Mars, and you look at astronomers from the 1800s, and you look at their drawings of Mars, okay? If you look at their drawings of Mars, you can see they all draw the same pattern. What is this pattern? Okay? Well, it's a pattern of, it looks random, but it's not. It's straight lines, parallel, running next to each other, and they all make perfect designs, and they all correlated. Appreciate you, Armor. Appreciate you. They all correlate, okay? You can look at multiple astronomers' drawings of Mars, and they all draw the same damn thing. And what they're drawing is a massive network of canals that ran from the poles to distribute fresh water throughout the entirety of the planet. And you can't make this shit up, okay? Even a 1962 U.S. Air Force drawing drew the same pattern as multiple astronomers from the 1800s, okay? What they were drawing and what they could see, even with the rudimentary telescopes they had back then, what they could see was a network of canals on the surface of Mars. All right? God, every time that happens, I think I'm going to get yoked, man. Holy crap. Every time I disappear, I think I'm going to get yoked, y'all. I'm like so nervous about it, bro. I can't afford it, dude. Like, look at this. I'm the best live I've ever had. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. You guys rock, man. You guys are awesome fans. I appreciate every one of you. You know, for all the negative rhetoric I get, I got a good group of people who buy and buy what I'm selling and are on the same page and are at least curious. You know, at the end of the day, thank you, bro. Or at least curious at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? One thing, like I've always told my people, is keep an open mind, guys, to anybody's opinion, anything that you've ever heard, anything anybody's ever witnessed. Don't just cast it aside as bullcrap. My guy, Tattoo Bill in the house. Anna, thank you so much for the weights. We flexing. So don't ever discount somebody's witness encounter. Don't ever judge somebody for their belief system. And just always keep an open mind to anything you hear, because I'll tell you what, I've heard a lot of, thank you, Trapper Dan, I appreciate you. I've heard a lot of different stories from a lot of different accounts from a lot of different witnesses. Now, are the stories all the same? No. They're different, but they're the same in many similar ways. You'll find little pinpoints throughout people's stories that correlate with story after story after story after story. Appreciate you, Jacob, with that foosball, baby. So those are the things that I come across when I'm doing my research that validates the facts and the truth. That validates these stories for me. Small details, small finite details will correlate from story to story. Thank you, Vicky Jones. I appreciate you. Appreciate the roses. Thank you for all the gifts, guys. I appreciate you all for them, for real. Those gifts especially help push me to the For You page. So I like getting this live going. I'd like to get up to that 1,000 number, because I think that what happens after you hit a K is you get extra features. You'll get asked to follow me, and then you'll get asked to donate to me. I don't know if you guys get asked that stuff yet, but I want to say for sure after a K it happens. So we'll get there, though. We'll get there. I'm happy. I'm not going to complain. Thank you, Heather. I'm happy as hell with where we're at. I love it. So I'm just glad to have my lives back and be popping off. So you guys saw my video that I shared, or actually I duetted, thanks to a reference from my guy Tattoo Bill over here. I found a video that right now is sitting at, or he found and sent it to me, a video that is now sitting at like 1.2 million views. The likes aren't quite as high, but that's okay. It's the gentleman who is whistleblowing on a radio station about Pentagon officials having known about the return of the ancient Sumerian gods, the Anunnaki, and that it's impending and it's coming soon. And they're going to, once again, try to take back Earth. All right. A big part of how they know this is in Israel in 2010, there was in the desert 3 triangular shaped craft, or 4, would land in the desert of Israel, and out came massive giants that had advanced tech and cloaking technology that cloaked their face. Now, if they were good looking and they looked like us, why would they cloak their face? Let's think about it for a second. Draconians. And multiple witnesses saw them, and multiple witnesses can account for these entities showing up. So what did they want? What did they do? Well, they approached the IDF, which is the Israeli Defense Force, and they said, hey, if you guys join us, if you guys want to be a part of our system, we will protect your land from any impending attacks from WMDs. Okay? They basically said, we will protect your land for you from any impending attacks. They'll basically just shut the meteor or the nukes down midair. Basically just shut them down midair. But the IDF wasn't buying what they were selling. They said no, and they proceeded to leave peacefully, knowing all well that they were coming back. So not long after that, Maelstrom, appreciate you. Not long after that, somebody spotted a hooded figure that was 12 to 14 foot tall, once again walking across the Israeli desert. It had its hood up and its head down. Now again, why do you think if they are good looking or they look normal, why would they hold their head down and hide what they look like? Well, they don't want to scare the living daylights out of people. Let's just put it that way. So, yeah, that was what started a lot of the stuff going on about the Anunnaki returning, because they actually saw them. Okay? Now, like I've said, there's different types of Anunnaki. There's just like with any faction or any group of people or beings, there's going to be your good and your bad. So, when I was doing some research on these giants, when I was watching this Hagman and Hagman episode, which is awesome, by the way, check it out. They're a little Christian-y, but I think with good reason, because what people don't realize is when we abandon the source energy, when we abandon the ultimate creator and we start taking on more evil ways, we actually give the basically give the evil faction more energy, more power to do what they come here to do, while at the same time stripping God of the said power that you were giving him originally, but not anymore. Okay? And that's a lot of our population right now. I'm not saying that everybody has to go be Bible thumpers, none of that. Just don't forget about him. Okay? That's all I say. At the end of the day. So that's what they want. That's why they use the higher ups to manipulate the masses. They're entertainers, singers, you name it. I'm not 100% on this, okay? So I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know for sure. But who else to better influence than them, okay? They have a lot of influence on us. We look up to them. They're the stars of society, right? So that's what they attack, especially in the music industry, okay? A lot of that going on, especially to young African-American artists just starting out that haven't quite got the money right yet. They get them hungry, money hungry, and it's sad, really. It's sad that they do this, but, it's peer pressure as well. It's a lot more to it than meets the eye, but, I think a lot of them end up regretting it because, like I said, once you sell your soul to gain this godlike existence on earth with all the money in the world, all the money, the power, the cars, the clothes, you name it, they think, well, I'm in the here and the now, so I want this out of life. I'll sell my soul, but it changes their sequencing, and they say God's all forgiving, but he's not. He can't, and there's a reason he just cannot. Because he cannot corrupt his bloodline. So, yeah, appreciate you, Armor. So that's a little of that story. But basically, so what's going to happen? What is going to happen when the ancient Sumerian gods return? What is going to happen? What's going to happen to us, the world, etc.? Okay? So when they return, and upon return, you're going to see a lot of our higher upper echelon people of society. They're gonna duck down in the underground bunkers that they already have prepared, and they're gonna let the Anunnaki go to work. Okay, or they're gonna help them and be on their team. Okay, so we're gonna do what we can. We're gonna hopefully ascend before this happens. We might not to the 4th dimension or 5th dimension. We might not, but it's going to look like doom and gloom, you guys. It's going to look like we are going to get stomped out like bugs. So one of my biggest questions was, why does evil have such a hold? Okay? Why does evil have such a hold? And where's the good faction? All right? Why does evil have such a hold, and where's the good faction? Well, they say that why they stand by idly and watch the inherently good is because they are waiting for us to be pushed to the precipice, so we'll realize our true potential. Okay? So we'll reach that next level of consciousness. We'll be put in a corner, and have to fight like rabid dogs. You know what I mean? That's what they're waiting for. So it's going to look like we're going to lose. But right before we do and cede the planet to the Anunnaki, the melting pot of inner earth beings, and when I say melting pot, I mean melting pot. Every type of inner earth being you can think of. Giants, fairies, probably, giants, fairies, Bigfoot, humanoids of all types, divine, you name it, reptilian probably, some are good, dinosaurs, lions. Dude, it's just a melting pot down there. They're going to emerge from the underground tunnels and the cave systems, and they're going to help. Kind of like what? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Kind of like what movie? Avatar, predictive programming. Avatar. When she calls Iwa and asks for her help, or when the dude does. And all of a sudden, every animal teams up and they stomp out the evil once and for all. Same thing's going to happen here on Earth. And they're going to stomp out the reptilian beings for once and all eternity. We're going to take back the planet. They're going to allow us into their world with their tech. And hopefully we'll all live happily ever after, right? That's the best case scenario. That's the story I like the most. End of the day, right? That's the story I like the most, end of the day. So, yeah. Crazy stuff. You can't make it up. So, I wanted to talk to you guys about something as well. Another subject. So, apparently, a discovery was made. Now, of course, you look it up online. Some are saying it's a hoax, some aren't. In 2008, in, what's that place called? Kinduru? Hold on. Come on. Kinduru? I don't know. Kinduru, or Iran. What's it called? I know the name of it. No. Maybe I'm right. Kinduru. It's in Iran. It's where the Kurds are from. The Kurds. Kurds. From in Iran. Persians. Kurdistan. In Iran, right? Maybe? Kurdish region. Okay, so basically, anyway, in 2008, they were actually digging the foundation for a building, right? When all of a sudden, the guy digging spots something. Curious, he jumps down and he begins to dig it up with a shovel and basically finds a sarcophagus. And said sarcophagus is good sized. It's big. Well, they get to the first one, and then they find another, and another. I want to say there was a total of 3. So inside the said sarcophagus, they would find something. It was a tall, human-like figure with white skin and red hair. Okay? He was laden with gold. More gold than you can ever imagine. He was well preserved, and he looked divine, of divine stature. They basically figure this is one of the Anunnaki. Okay? It is controversial. But nevertheless, pretty cool. Like I say, viewer discretion advised. May or may not be true. Entertainment purposes only. You do not have to believe everything you see. Okay? I wish you guys, I wish I could tell you guys about what I learned about the moon. That's mind-blowing stuff right there. I know I got him. Where's he at? Puppy outside. So, real quick, Draconian Anunnaki. That's Draconian Anunnaki, right? That's the Draconians, right? That's an idea of what they look like. And here is Assyrian Anunnaki. That's Assyrian Anunnaki. More human-like. They're the good ones. Here, there, everywhere. Okay. I know I'm going to find it. Come on. Slow but sure. Yeah, I really wish I could talk to you guys about what was found on the moon. Here he is. Ah. You suck. Bow. Here. All my pictures just zoom in on me. Why the hell does that happen? There we go. Boom. That's what they dug up. You can tell it's old. Boom. And they figure he's an ancient Sumerian god or ancient Anunnaki god that ruled over Earth at one time. They didn't say exactly how tall he was. He looked anywhere from 8 to 10 feet, maybe 12 feet tall tops. 12 feet's pushing it. But he was still much larger than most humans. His legs were very long. He looked probably, 8 to 10 feet tall. So he was a giant. He was a giant. They found it while digging a foundation for a house-like building. Okay? So, and it's crazy. A lot of people don't believe. See, this is the one that I think probably could have been the hoax. Look at the beard, how it's fake. The one I showed you, the beard was weathered, worn. Hey, Sammy, it's Tammy. What's up, girl? Have you been here the whole time? You've been hiding out on me, huh? Good to see you, girl. For sure. Good to see you. This one here, though, looks like the hoax, okay? That looks like a fake beard, etc. The one I showed you originally did not look like that, okay? So, so this is an example. Bosnian Pyramid. It's still active. That's how it harvests energy from the stars. These Bosnian pyramids. The Bosnian pyramids, there's 3 of them. And they're covered with growth. Green growth. They thought they were hills for years. Just regular hills. When in fact they are underground pyramid. They're under the ground. Like foliage is growing on. But they're pyramids. They're all connected by underground tunnels, all 3 of the pyramids, and oddly enough, they all have oxygen fully to their disposal within the caverns. So basically, they never have to even pump air in these caverns. You can hide down there all day, and you will not suffocate. And they did this throughout all their cave systems, because that's one of the biggest problems. Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate you. That's one of their biggest problems with the cave systems is suffocation. Methane gas, stuff like that. Methane gas can kill you in an instant, even in sewer tunnels. So stay out of the sewer tunnels, kids. Thank you, Vicky Jones. I appreciate you. We're going to compete? Let's go. I don't even know what my record is this live. Dude, that fridge thing was cool as hell. I like the record player too. But I think my record for the roses is low. It's not super high right now, so run it. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I've been missing my lives like crazy. I never thought I'd come back to this, so I thank you. I can't thank you guys enough. You guys are awesome fans. Thank you, Jay Neat. You the man. It's good to see all my OGs here. All the new faces. You guys are awesome. Obviously, my stories resonated with you in some way, shape, or form. So, thank you. Anna, thank you so much. Thank you so much, y'all. So, I've been trying to think of about what to talk about next, okay? I covered the giant stuff for now. I'm going to get more in depth with the giant stuff as well. Thank you, Sammy as Tammy. I appreciate you. I'm going to cover more of the giant stuff, more in depth as we go. But those are the stories that I have for now. The Anunnaki are coming. What else is there? I've shared a couple other videos. I told you how they were going to get stomped out once and for all. I really want to talk about the moon. You guys, once again, my guy. Thank you, Sammy. Look at her going. She's awesome. And hey, I still plan on sending you guys. So all you listeners in here, I meant to take a screenshot too because I wanted to show you guys. I'm trying to figure out another logo. Slim Dre, what up, man, my man? Good to see you here. So I wanted to try to figure out another logo that was more simple, something a little more simple, kind of more basic, kind of like this is. Spartan skull, but make it ET or something. For a logo. Thank you, Vicky Jones, for the panda. For a logo and for more designs for my hats. Next time, I'll take a screenshot and put it in my background. Send me stuff. Any of you guys have any ideas, drawings, etc., ideas for t-shirts, you guys think that they'll pop, or you like an idea, send it to me. Right in my messenger. Or my Instagram, you can send pictures. Look at that, 274. Good shit, girl. I appreciate you. You're awesome. So my Instagram is all the same, @NightGod333. Check it out. Add me on Instagram. I'm starting to finally pop on there. I got a video that went viral as hell recently. Starting to pop on YouTube. A little bit more, too. My YouTube, like I said, raw, uncut lives. Oh, man. What do you guys think? Should I, the moon? Should I have the moon? Do you think I can get away with it? Just the one case? Just the one scenario? Sammy is awesome. She's my girl. Telegram. I have a new message on Telegram. Uh-oh. What's that mean? Hold on. Well, so, okay. A lot of people believe that the Anunnaki brought the moon here. What was that? Oh, shit, hold on. So a lot of people believe that the Anunnaki actually brought the moon here. And it's actually a satellite or a spacecraft. And it's hollow. I'm not 100% sure on that. But there's a lot of... Oh, my God. So my guy, Tattoo Bill, sent me a link to a gentleman's TikTok on here, right? Sent me a link to a gentleman's TikTok on here who had maybe 10 to 15,000 followers, right? And, you know, you guys, I'm starting to realize, don't just discount somebody's TikTok because they don't have a hell of a lot of followers. A lot of times, those OG, like, great information providing TikToks only have 10 to 15,000 followers. Thank you so much for the roses. I love it. Who can beat her? Anybody? I bet you can't. So maybe 10 to 15,000 followers. But basically, this guy had pictures, images, video, somehow, of the moon landings. All the way back to Armstrong. And dude, what? You know what I mean? That's all you can say. Like, holy shit, what they found. Research it yourself. I can't give it all up to you because I'm afraid of getting stopped. I don't want to get stopped. I cannot afford it. But there's a lot on the moon, you guys. I don't know. I'm just so nervous to touch on that right now. I am super nervous to touch on that at the moment. Let me look at my TikTok on here real quick, you guys. So I did do one on time travel. The one with Mike Tyson. That one was kind of crazy. The Mike Tyson fight. That guy with the cell phone. I could see where people thought it was a camera too. I'm not even gonna lie. But yeah. Oh crap. No. Okay, use phone or email. Okay. I need to make a new TikTok. I need login. Yeah, make sure you guys check out my backup account. Because if anything ever happens, that's where I'll go. I also have a Telegram. You guys add my Telegram too. My Telegram, I want to start maybe going live there once in a while. Because on here, I don't like to touch on anything to do with the jab or anything to do with politics, period. Anything to do with the state of what we're in, what's going on. I don't like to touch on that. I'm passionate about things, and I don't need to get myself banned. So I don't touch on that stuff. But I will start posting videos, etc. on my Telegram, and maybe even start going live on there. I'm hoping that somehow they figure out, because you guys, what's the best thing about TikTok, okay? TikTok is awesome because of their lives. That's where creators make their money, period, is the lives. They don't make them on the views. It's the lives. That's why you see all this new trend of all these people going live. And all of them going live, doing crazy stuff, cool stuff, a lot of creative things going on. But that's where the money's at. You know, and guys like me who want to do this full time, it's everything to me. You know, if my fans want to, thank you, Mr. Happy, I appreciate you. If my fans want to see me continue to create, continue to do research, discover, it's you guys that are sustaining. You know what I'm saying? It's you people that love to watch my content, love my lives. If you want them to stay, it's just got to be. And I appreciate every one of you that help. You guys are amazing, awesome. And I don't like to be or come off like I'm begging. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be like that. I'm not trying to push it so hard to where I'm annoying about it, right? But it's just the fact of the matter. It's just how it's got to be, and it's how this is set up. Without donations, it doesn't happen. I'm gonna have to go get. I want to be an entrepreneur by myself. I want to own my own business. I already got LLC'd. I got an EIN number, all of it. I want to do it all and have my own go. But without your guys' help, at least for TikTok, as far as creators, it isn't what it once was for creators, you guys. It isn't the old YouTube days anymore. TikTok's platform somewhat diluted the creator market a little bit in some senses. It's still a great thing that this platform is doing. It's awesome. But all of a sudden it created a bunch of new creators on YouTube that weren't before, and they got overwhelmed with money, right? They got overwhelmed with money. Thank you, Tattoo Bill. I appreciate you. They got overwhelmed with money. Tattoo Bill, you are the man. You of all people, you don't have to be doing that for me, buddy. He's been a great help to me, man. He's been a real good friend, good guy. We've talked a lot. Great fan, good guy. Didn't realize that we actually kind of know the same area in Michigan. He has family living right around the corner from me. Crazy coincidence. Crazy coincidence. So it's awesome. That crazy stuff happens. I try to be as open as heck as I can with you guys. I answer all my messages. I follow all my my people that donate. Always follow. And I'm going to try and figure out a threshold and a prize system. I want to figure out a prize system for you guys, for donators who help me out. And I want to give you guys back free stuff once in a while, so your donations don't go unfounded at all. I want to try and start a good clothing line, different style, different designs, maybe even jewelry. Who knows, man? The whole thing is wide open. I was looking at cool ass jewelry recently. Look at that battle they got going on, getting it. So I was looking at crazy ass jewelry, crystal jewelry, elemental jewelry, all kinds of stuff. I'm trying to come up with some kind of niche, something that people love and want to buy. Okay? And it's not going to be expensive. It's going to be reasonable. My prices are pretty reasonable, but, because I see a lot of people with t-shirts on here at $35 for a t-shirt. Like, holy crap. My t-shirts are $25. My fitted caps are $30. And my sweatshirts are $55. But the sweatshirts are made from high-end type clothing, high-end apparel. The company that I go through wants quality over quantity. So, look at that battle. Good stuff, you guys. You guys rock. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. For real, for real. It's been too long. I tell you, I missed you guys, man. Because, let's just be honest. Society, they don't take well to this stuff. They don't like talking about it. My mom, gives me crap about it. Can we leave the TikTok stuff with TikTok? But it's like, I'm sitting around all these people who don't know, and I just want to tell them the truth, but they don't want to hear it, So when I get to come on here and talk to you guys, look at you guys in the comments, right? Read what I'm going to start doing that here, in a second. I want to start going through the comments. Kind of like to, round up the night with that. Give back to you guys and let you know what I don't just ignore the comments the whole time. I do listen to your comments, and respond. So, but yes, it's so nice. It's almost therapeutic to be able to talk to you guys that understand how I feel, what I'm about, what this content's about, and all that. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys so much, for real. Awesome. Look at you guys go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Wow. I mean, I never thought in a million years I'd get on live and have this happen, guys. So, holy cow. Super stoked. It's really just, you guys, it'll be life-changing stuff for me. So thank you so much for blessing me with, and I know you guys earn, and you guys work hard to earn anything you guys get. So I appreciate everything. I really do. It's a grind out here for everybody. I get it. It definitely is. When I started TikTok and I started going off, I thought, wow, maybe I found my calling, right? Then certain things, I didn't get monetized on YouTube like I thought I was gonna, because of my content apparently is too controversial. Sounds like an excuse to me, but thank you, Maelstrom. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, bro. Sorry I haven't shouted you out yet. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Good man. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sammy as Tammy. Thank you so much, girl. You're awesome. You always are. You always are. What was it? Night God. I got to try and find out this 1990 backup account. Yahoo.com. I don't know. Oh, shit. Let's try that. Hey, there we go. Of course, I had it saved. Look at me. Doing the right thing. Right? I actually did pretty good on my backup count lives. Unfortunately, yeah, I got booted for a week on those too. I got a little passionate maybe one night on those. Incorrect password. Crap. Email. Okay, we'll email you code. So they emailed me a code. Hold on here. Fuck. I don't even know how to get to Yahoo Mail on this computer. Where are we at? I think we need some jams. What do y'all think? Dude, I don't know why, but... Oh, 387 370 387 370 387 378. So I don't know why, but I've been loving that new... Oh, come on. I've been loving that new Drake in 21, where they started off with Project Pat. Cold, bruh. Cold. My don't know about that Project Pat. Oh, you youngins out there. So, did you guys see that weird looking creature? You guys see that? It's been going around and going viral. Thank you, Maelstrom. I appreciate you. You guys are battling. I love it. I love it. Did you all see that? So, do I think Corey Good's a reliable source? I do. 666. Cashville Stomp by Upchurch. I love some Upchurch. Hillbilly, hillbilly. All my stuff is Night God. Yeah, that's what I thought it was too, bro. A drowned monkey. Revelation 12:13. Okay. Revelation 12:13. I love Bible verses, you guys. I love Bible text. It was all white. You said Cashville Stomp. Is that new? That Cashville Stomp there? Cashville Stomp Upchurch. I like that song too. I just awakened last year. Above Majestic. You know, dude, people have been telling me to watch Above Majestic. Above Majestic. Dude, when I first started, I didn't even have 150,000 followers. Holy crap. People have been telling me to watch that forever. Who's leaked information? I would love to see the Giants too. Then watch it, duh. Thank you for putting it that way. All right. Yeah, that white thing that looked like it could be some sort of yeah, she does. She's legit. Sammy is Tammy is awesome. She hooks it up. If she was closer, I'd pay her back. At least take her out to dinner or something. The Euphrates River has dried up. Yep. Yeah, no, it was like it was a good sized creature or whatever it is. The Four Horsemen. I could check into that. Don't you think there would? So not serious questions, not trying to knock the theory. But if there were giants, don't you think there would be pics or videos emerging? So, you guys, I always get this stuff. That's one of the main arguments. Where's the video evidence? Where's the pictures? They watch and keep a tight grip on all of that. All of the cameras that the soldiers were wearing. Any drone shots that take pictures of these giants. Dude, they confiscate all of it. And when I say all of it, I mean all of it. But if you look back, they have slipped. They're calling them hoaxes and art projects. They've slipped. A lot of pictures of giant skeletons all over the world. Okay, some of them 30 to 50, 40 feet tall. They're out there. There are 4 records of giants found in 1800s in Wisconsin. In here, yep, for sure. The 4 horsemen are riding now. All right. The 4 horsemen of the Paca. I would probably agree with that. The moon is a spaceship. Prove me wrong. So I've heard 2 different things, that the Vatican has the Sumerian tablets, but I've also heard that the museum, Smithsonian, has them. Nice. How would I feel if the rapture happened still here? Well, because, dude, the Giants just can't show face because, one thing that history shows that numbers actually numbers will beat them, and we outnumber them a lot. Yeah, dude. God's definitely involved. Yes, it is. So what do you guys think? I hope this is okay to talk about. So it's just a subject. It's not anything to be taken 100% seriously. But blue beam. What do you think about that? With the prepping of all the return and all the alien sightings going on, etc. What do you think about blue beam? It's real? Okay. Basically, they're going to fake the return of our Savior, along with using satellite and holograms. Did you guys see the hologram at the Panthers game? Did you guys see that? And you guys, it's funny because Bluebeam, when I first started TikToking and I was just kind of gaining steam, I would get Bluebeam commenters on the regular. And I used to look at it, and when I read it and looked it up, I thought, what? You guys are ridiculous. That's never gonna happen. Well, let me tell you. I've rethought my stance on that. Very, very, very possible. Yeah, the holograms look so real. They do have it perfected. Yeah, dude, that was crazy. Michael Jackson's hologram concert. Yes, that was crazy. Yeah, dude, and they like you say, they perfected it, you guys. The holograms are absolutely, they're detailed. You would never know until you actually physically went up and kind of tried to put your hand on them. A lot of people are talking about this sphere that they're putting on the Vegas Strip or something like that, and that's going to be the major source. I know, isn't that so weird? All the movies from the 80s is so weird. Who feels pain? Yeah, for sure. It's hard to say when the Anunnaki are going to return, and they don't give any type of real, like, concrete evidence. But if you guys check out that Steve Quayle, his radio show, Hagman and Hagman, listen to some of their shows, you guys. They are insistent that it's coming. One of them was actually like talking about the disappointment that, you know, like, have I been wasting all my life talking about this said subject? And it's never going to happen. Is it a total waste, right? Eventually he would come around and say, no, it's not. But it's one of those things, you know. That's just like this with me, you know. I put in a lot of work and a lot of hours on this stuff and just prayed it pans out. At the end of the day, it's been a grind, you guys. It's been hard work trying to get going on here. I thought at first, I was like, oh my God, I got something special. I'm going to get rich, right? The opposite happened. But it's not all about the cheddar. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to trade places with any of the elite, especially what they get approached for and by. Did you guys see my video on the account that a research team has found Shambhala the Lesser and Inner Earth in Antarctica? Right, for sure. Well, I don't believe that, brother. No. Instrument? What's an instrument going to pay, bro? I'm about that money, bro. I'm trying to get paid. Lost city of Agartha discovered. It was on Breaking News, The Awakening, Truth 24/7 network from the Telegram app. It says our research team has discovered the lost city of Agartha, the city of crystals located in Antarctica, a vast city with rainbow-colored crystals located underneath the Earth. So, BYRD was right. And there's actually tunnels connecting this city to the pyramids of Giza throughout the whole world. They have tunnels connecting these said locations. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I don't know how much truth it holds. I'm not sure what to make of this, The Awakening, the Truth Network, but yeah, dude. Yes, it's all true. Yeah, I'm going to actually do a story on that pretty soon. So I'm actually going to do a story on the Vril energy. So back in like the early to mid 1900s, a gentleman wrote a story, a fictional story, right? About a kid, a boy, he's in his teens. He's wandering the cave tunnels in his local area and gets lost. Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate you, girl. He gets lost, right? He's on the brink of starving and dehydration in these said caves. He can't find his way out. When he looks up, and out of nowhere, a light emanates. And out of said light, a tall, white, blonde, beautiful being emerges. Okay? And it's a male, the tall white, and it looks to be a younger male, one about his age. So this said male, when normally they would advise him to leave the human to die, this particular tall white seen his age and said he was about the same age as him, so he helped him. He guided him and told him to follow him, and he took him back to his family that lived in the cave systems, the underground tunnels, the subterranean pockets. It was like any conventional family would be. A mother, a father, a sister, and him, a brother. So these ancient beings that have been around for millennia, but now are living and residing in cave systems and inner earth, allowed this young man to live with them for a period of almost a year in the underground tunnels. He got to see their way of life. He got to see their magic. He got to see their abilities. And they told him the lore and their origins and all of it. They divulged to this young man. They also showed him something spectacular. This thing called Vril energy force. It's malleable. It's colored. A lot of times it's black. When I say Vril energy force, and it's actually physically existent, it physically is real. So think about Venom. Think about the movie Venom, okay? The movie Venom, he's taken over by what? A black, like, alive, intelligent goo. Well, they had the same thing. They called it Vril energy. Now, it was almost like mercury. You'd touch it, it looks wet, but it would leave your hands dry. If you guys have ever dabbled with such things. Don't do mercury. Don't touch mercury. But I'm just saying, every kid's seen it and played with it in science class, right? The Vril was much like this. Very similar. But it was magnetic. It was energetic. It had gravity. It had powers beyond your wildest dreams. Now, based on what you were inherently, the Vril energy would take that side. So if you were inherently evil, the Vril energy would take evil power. If you were inherently good, you would get good power out of this Vril entity energy. You could tie it and interlace it in your weapons, your clothes, around your body, make you superhuman, all of it. And they had it. They knew how to use it. Probably the blue flame staff, Moses, part of the Red Seas with Vril energy. Vril energy carried Bird into inner earth without him having to control his pilot controls. All that crazy stuff. I'm gonna turn on the AC real quick, guys. Hold up. None of my plug-ins are back here. Dead burn it. Hold on. That's probably where my plug-in is. Sorry guys, just had to take a quick bathroom break right there. Let's see. Change my speaker because my other one was dead. So I'm thinking for my next live, you guys, I'm gonna really try to squeeze in the moon stuff, but I'm gonna really err on the side of caution. Apollo 20 was crazy. I wish I could show you guys pictures of it because it's fucking nuts. I mean nuts. So, they made some crazy discoveries. Even the initial flight did. I gotta feed the streets. I gotta feed the streets. My fist to go. Come on. Really? Stay connected, please. Why is it still acting like it's wanting to search? Still acting like it wants to search for this speaker. You ain't gonna find the party box, fam. Come on, Bluetooth. What are you doing? Bluetooth back on. Connect. It's obviously confused. So did you guys know there's a massive lava tunnel under New York? Did anybody else know that? Or not know that, excuse me. Not know that. Not know that. Me and Tattoo Bill were talking about that earlier today, or yesterday, or whenever. We were texting back and forth about this said lava tunnel under New York that nobody ever really knew existed. Just now coming to light. Kind of odd. Of color. It also says that it's connected by an underground tunnel system. That was crazy. I don't understand it. Ah, there it is. Let's use this. Ouch. Okay. So, do you guys think that I have a legit concern about the Giants? No, the core of the Earth doesn't. But the core, so does the core of the Earth, he said, does it contain molten lava? No, the pockets in the subterranean pockets do. So how we were taught, how initially we were taught, I guess I could talk on that. That's a pretty cool subject anyway. How we were taught when we were growing up about the layers of the Earth, from the mantle to the crust to the core, all that. How we were taught when we were younger is in fact the case. That's how planets are created. Initially, planets are created, and they have multiple layers, a core, and they're solid within themselves. All right. Ultimately, when they start forming, they have morphogenetic, magnetic, it's energy, and it starts drawing in asteroids on asteroids, and they collide, and it keeps drawing in all this space debris, and eventually it creates so much friction, it turns into magma, and it continues to build and build and build over eternity, billions of years, I guess it takes. But somebody actually just recently for a page on Snapchat, somebody recently asked me, hey, they messaged me on my Instagram. They're like, hey, bro, just curious, can we use your content? Can we use a video of yours to promote one of our pages on Snapchat about conspiracies? And I, of course, was like, hell yeah, you can. For some reason, I've been trying to get into the Snapchat Spotlight program, or to try and do something with Snapchat at all, and they will not take any of my videos into the Spotlight. I don't know why or what I did. Who the fuck knows? They won't take me. So, kind of sucks, but it's reality. It's what it is. I just gave up trying. I love Project Pat. Ooh, rumbles. You can't beat these JBL speakers, guys. If I recommend any speaker to anybody, these JBLs, yo. Party Box 310. 6.5-inch fucking subs. And the tweeters are shit, like tiny. This shit hits. I like me some 21. He always goes hard. I'm telling you, this is going to be the next poppin' song on TikTok. It's going to be the beginning of it. That Project Pat part. I'll take requests after a while though.
Yeah. I heard Poppy outside, and he got the double R, drop it outside. Check the weather and it's getting real, I'll be outside. I'ma try this shit in.
Yeah, most likely. Unfortunately. I'm listening, I'm talking. So, okay. Alright, you guys. I was just playing a little music. Alright, I'll discuss. So, the evidence. What type of evidence do I have, right? I've read accounts after account after account, you guys, of all this stuff. So let me tell you how it works, okay? The Earth and the planets are exactly, and they form exactly how we were taught when we were kids, okay? The magma core, the mantle, all that, different layers, and blah, blah, was right, okay? So, what happened? Why is the Earth hollow? Why? And if you want evidence of hollow Earth, Admiral Byrd in his Lost Diaries, look it up. He ain't making it up. and I got a KGB leak video from a satellite of the entrance in the North Pole. If you guys watch, I have it in a video on my page. It's right on there. It says, it's the one I was talking about the research team that said they found inner Earth, Shambhala Lesser, etc. So, I was sitting here one day, and I was like, thank you, Sammy, my girl. I was sitting here one day, and I was pondering inner Earth and hollow Earth. You know me, I'm a super fan of Google Earth. I love just indulging and scanning the Earth for hours from that on that app. Because things you find, it's insane. There's always more. So I was looking at that, and then one day I was like, I want to try this on a PC, like an actual computer. So I bust out a PC and I hop on Google Earth. Well, I also noticed that, wow, what a coinkydink. There's actually a Google Mars. They're on the PC. On the PC, you can go up and you can look at Google Earth. It's Google Earth Pro. And you can also look at Mars. Okay? When I looked at Mars, I instantly noticed a lot of image degradation or blocking of what it looks like on the surface. Okay? They don't do it all, and they can't. So I started looking really close. And I was finding all kinds of cool megalithic structures on Mars, similar to the ones we have here on Earth that nobody knows about. They're all over. I mean, they're all over the Earth, you guys. Massive structures of every different being, of every different race, of every different type you can think of. Not even kidding. So I'm like, holy crap, wow. These megalithic structures on Mars look really close to Earth's megalithic structures. Well, maybe when Earth or Mars died, we hopped planets, right? Well, then I start to get to looking at the poles on Mars. The poles. The North and South Pole. And I'm looking close and I go, man, that little dot there, it kind of looks like a fucking entrance. So I start looking closer and I figured out that, in fact, Mars has weird tunnels in their North and South Pole. So my gears start turning. There's a lot of information on societies and civilizations that live under the crust of Mars within Mars. And then I was like, holy shit, well, that's odd. What a coincidence. Maybe it's just mere coincidence, right? Kind of left it alone. Then I read the story about Valiant Thor. Valiant Thor hailed from what is believed the same place Tesla did, Venus. He was Venetian. Okay, Valiant Thor was. And he flew to Earth, landed in Virginia, and was escorted to the White House to meet President Eisenhower. He had a message for him from his high council, saying stop using the nukes and not atomic bombs. We saw the atomic bomb go off in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and you guys don't realize, but what you're doing is affecting space-time for beings across your galaxy or your solar system. Well, how can he live on Venus, do you ask? Well, that's a good question, because Venus's surface is 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's always erupting. Volcanic eruptions are always taking place. It's in the same stage Earth once was. It's building itself. It continuously erupts and the magma hardens, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow and grow and erupt and grow and grow and grow. It's like a perpetual, it's like an organism. It continues to get bigger and bigger as it furthers from the sun. So when President Eisenhower asked Valiant Thor, well, how do you live on Venus? It's hot. It's like 900 degrees. He said, we don't live on the surface, man. We live inside of it. And then a light bulb went off. Bing. Hollow Venus, hollow Earth, hollow Mars. So then I start researching all the planets in our solar system's North and South Pole. Saturn's is a perfect hexagon surrounding a tornadic-looking entrance or a tornadic-looking focal point in the middle. A perfect hexagon on their North Pole of Saturn. So I'm going, okay, that's obviously intelligently made. So Saturn's hollow. then Jupiter, then Uranus, then Pluto. Every planet in our solar system is hollow. And it's not because they were shaped and grew that way. It's because the higher beings are so intellectually inclined and their tech is so super advanced. Think about it. So every planet they go to, one of the first things they do is they hollow it out. Not even kidding. These higher beings. The first thing they do is hollow that motherfucker out. And why, you might ask? Well, it's simple. When you're close to the sun and it's 900 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface of your planet, you can hide out in inner Venus and actually be cool, sustain the right temperature. It keeps you from burning up like if you were on the surface. Mars also, you can live. Mars also, they had it caverned out. And they cavern them out, you guys, too. Not only that, but so if you're far away from the planet, so if you're far away from the sun, like Saturn and all them, and it's cold on your planet, why would you want to go into Earth once again? If it's cold, it'll conduct heat. It'll hold heat and sustain it if you have an artificial sun. The Chinese and the South Koreans both made artificial suns already, and they turned them on and they went for 20, 30 seconds, whatever. It's electromagnetic. It's got a lot to do with fission or fusion, one of the two. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's fission. But yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff like that. So on top of all that, they build inner Earths and they live inside these said planets. Because why? Well, when a meteor strikes, you're safe. When a meteor smokes the ocean out and you got tidal waves, you're safe inside Earth. Ain't nothing happening to you. So it gives them longevity. It gives them access to being able to live on the said planet and thrive on it for thousands and thousands of years, because so they live inside of it, not on the surface where it's much more volatile to weather, meteors, war, you name it. So basically every planet in our solar system at one time or another has been cored out by higher beings that inhabited them. And a lot of them still have them living there. So the hollow earth theory applies to all planets, and they're all hollow. Cheers. Just water. Just water. Seriously. So that's I know, crazy thought, but it makes total sense if you have the tech. That's what they do. They hollow them out on purpose for survival needs. So, yeah, awesome stuff. So the Earth is not flat. No, it's not flat. What it is I think it's much larger than they once told us. Okay, the Atlantean conspiracy and the Masonic mystery of 33. The ice wall, 33 continents, right? Well, I don't believe necessarily that the Earth is flat. We're surrounded by an ice wall, and that outside said ice wall, there's 33 continents. What if the other... What do we have on Earth? 7 continents? 7 continents? Am I off? I think it's 7. Maybe more. But the other 27 continents... Okay, I was right then. The other 27 continents, right? The other 27 continents are located in inner Earth. What about that theory? Yeah, I did, bro. I said 7, bro. What if the other 33 or 27 continents are actually in inner Earth, or 26? $26, yep. No, that's not the case. Well, according to theory, but think about it. There could be a lot more surface area and landmass than you think. Cool. Glad to see you here, bro. The offset of our planet is actually the result of massive meteor strikes. Oh yeah. Yup. I believe that. Loch Ness. Yeah, that's what I thought. I did, Steve. It's funny, yeah. Yeah, I did. Or not Steve, Bill. You know why I said Steve? I did tattoo Bill. I did. I was thinking about saving it. So, whatever, I might as well talk about it. So, when I Google Earth, right? When I'm on Google Earth, and as I was Google Earthing, I noticed what looked like odd tracks, right? Odd tracks all along the ocean floor. They looked like tank tracks, if you will, or like excavator tracks, right? Trudging across the ocean floor. I followed the said tracks, and I followed them to the island of Tasmania that had a cavern in it. This cavern was under the island within the water, and these tracks go right perfectly into under Tasmania, near Australia. And what better place to hide what I'm about to talk about? So on the show I listened to was Steve Quayle, right? They talk of this machine that is 2 miles wide. Massive, massive machine. Probably 2 or 3 miles long. I'm not sure. But the tracks, each track is over a half mile wide. They're massive. And this said machine has been tracking across the ocean floor in the open ocean for a couple years now. And you guys can go look at Google Earth. You'll find them. They're all over the place. They're sporadic, wild. Sometimes they just run straight past. Sometimes they curve. Sometimes they zigzag. But it's said that this underwater craft or underwater traveler was built to combat the giants. It was built to house a insane number of soldiers. And they use it against the giants because it can go through the caverns that I was telling you about earlier. Eventually, like I said, these soldiers get used to it, but it tracks across the ocean floor regularly, y'all. It knows where to go. It knows the direction to take without hitting any massive anomalies. Because I hate to burst everybody's bubble, the ocean has way less mountainous ranges or whatever you want to call them than people want to admit. Most of those ranges are just clusters of built objects or built man-made type structures. Like there's massive pyramids all over under the ocean floor, or on the ocean floor under the water, all over. That's right. You tell him Sammy is Tammy. He just mad. You ballin'. She kills the game, bro. She's got a good job. Yonaguni. What's that? Yonaguni. That's right. Hey, badass. Do work for the department. Yeah, Leviathan, bro. Thank you. Yes, that's what they call it. It's a Leviathan. That's what they call it. Yep. Crazy. Good shit, dude. Appreciate the help. No, bro, the Agartha stuff's real, dude. I've read the accounts. I've read the lost journals. I've read the lost diaries of Richard Byrd and Operation High Jump. What happened? Don't fear them. The underwater structure Yonaguni. I'm gonna check it out. Yonaguni. I would love to go to Agartha. It's real, you guys. I'm telling you, it exists. There's actually stargates all over the earth. A lot of the pyramids cover the portals to it. They made them pyramids to cover portals to inner earth because they didn't want the ancient Anunnaki, the evil ones, the reptilians, to get access to inner earth and her powers. They have something down there that's known as the Sphere of Amenti. I believed myself that it's pure gold, but it acts as their sun. It's also known as the Ark of the Covenant. Its power is great. They harness it. They use it for good. What? You are right, Park. However, you are missing intentionally disregarding a key element. What's that? Dude, actually, I planned on a while ago doing a video on the black rooms, or the back rooms, excuse me. Oops. What does it say? The Ark of the Covenant. So, the Sphere of Amenti is a divine power that is written and was written about in the Ascension Bible. Okay? The Ascension Bible talks about how we actually originated on a different planet, known as planet Tara. Okay? So, yeah, I think they use the gold, but they actually produce energy. So who is they? Sorry. So who is they? They are the Syrian Anunnaki, the good factions of alien extraterrestrials, the Tall Whites, the Lemurians, the island of Mu, Mother Earth, Mu. If you look on Google Earth off the coast of China and Japan, right? If you check that out, you will see there's a lot of anomalies along the ocean floor in that area, all the way from the landmass to Hawaii. That was once a part of the island of Mu, or Mother Earth. Mu was the island of freedom. The Lemurians actually first inhabited it, and they allowed anybody who wanted to live in love and light they allowed anybody that wanted to live and could live in love and light to live there. It was a true melting pot. They casted no judgment. They did not hate each other. They did not get jealous of each other. They did not envy each other. They inherently cared about each other, and it was all love and light. That's the ticket to Inner Earth. That's the ticket to Inner Earth and the next level for humanity. Love and light. Not all this rhetoric, hate, and negativity towards each other, right? At the end of the day, it's toxic, and it's sad that it's come to this in society. Money is a big part of it. It's a huge part of it, in fact. the root of all evil, right? At the end of the day, we're always competing with each other. Now even spouses are competing with spouses in the game called life, at work, etc. Who makes more, who's got what, who does this, who does that. That competing is unhealthy. Sometimes you just aren't going to have what another person has. Sometimes you aren't going to get handed what another person gets handed. Some people just get lucky and some don't. Basically is what it is. And the problem with today's society is we've become jealous of everything and every move everybody makes. Okay? It's always a swinging contest, if you know what I'm talking about. A third leg swinging contest between people. Who's got what? I got this, you got that, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter, dude. One thing I'll tell you guys, just I'll tell you, just relish in people's accomplishments. Relish in, even as much as it hurts you, if you relish in others' achievements in life, celebrate with them. True friends don't bring up negative when you make an achievement or make the next step in life or step to the next level. True friends don't try and discount it. They celebrate with you. Okay? True friends that really care about you, and it goes two ways. If you really care about your friends, you'll relish in their accomplishments, not get jealous of what they've accomplished. You know what I mean? Not get jealous, not envious, not have to go buy this truck or that truck because your best boy has this truck or that truck. That's just not the way to go through life, for one. And two, God, the higher ups don't like that. They don't look kindly to that. Okay? Don't ever compare yourself to another person, because at the end of the day, it might not be the circumstances that got them to where they are. You know, I have people living by me. I live modestly. I don't have a very nice house and stuff like that at the moment. Someday, but I don't. And some of the houses surrounding me, one of my immediate neighbors has a $250,000-$300,000 pad. The guy buys whatever he wants, whenever he wants. I can tell by the way he spends money. He's got to have at least $2 million in the bank. He worked a lot, but end of the day, he was adopted by a local farm family that had money to boot. Great guy. He doesn't rub it in. He's not a bragger. Buys brand new $20,000-$30,000 John Deere tractors every year. He won't run a tractor for more than a year before he gets rid of it and buys the newest one. You name it, dude. He's got money to boot. He got it like that. But I'm telling you one thing, dude. Not once have I got jealous of what he has. You know what I'm saying? It's a hard thing to do at times. And I understand that, but hey, relish in others, because if you do, the blessings will come your way. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have huge debt. I know better. No, like I'm talking like lawn tractors, brother. Not like hoe and tractors or like combines. I try to be empath. I'm an empath. Oh, absolutely. So moo. Okay. So anyway, moo. Sorry, I got off on a tangent there. Once in a while, you guys, I'll just go off on a tangent and kind of preach a little of what I've learned. I am 33. I've had hard times in life. You know, I went through college and all that stuff, but at times, I've had hard times. I've learned a lot. I got a long ways to go, but I'm grinding. I'm getting mine, so I'll be all right. End of the day. So, Mu and Mother Earth, Lemurians. Then you got the Atlanteans and Atlantis. And people always like to say, "Oh, Atlantis, it's in Africa, in the Sahara Desert." I hate to burst your bubble, but no, it's not. Atlantis was located, a big portion of Atlantis was located near the Bermuda Triangle. In the Bermuda Triangle, off the coast of Florida, around Cuba. Maybe even Cuba was part of it. Yeah, Tattoo Bill, look at that shit. I love it, brother. I love it. Thank you. So it was located around Florida, around Cuba. Cuba, actually, probably there's a good chance that Cuba was in fact part of Atlantis. But if you go look online, you can see that they found ruins all around Cuba, right? So in the 1950s, right, Eisenhower, he met with aliens 3 times, and they were 2 different separate entities or types of aliens. Thank you, Vibing High, and Sammy, I appreciate you, girl. So he met with 3 different types of aliens. The first ones to approach him were Valiant Thor and the Venetians. The Venetians looked just like us, just like Tesla did. They say Tesla was Venetian, so they looked just like us. They were exactly the same as us. So there was nothing really shocking about them. The next that come to meet Eisenhower were gray aliens. They had evil intentions from the jump. Okay, they wanted us to trade them the ability to abduct us and experiment on us, create hybrids with our DNA, and in exchange they were going to give us cloning tech that we thought at the time that was a steal, but we got Jewed and screwed. Yeah, we got the short end of the stick on that, because we thought we were going to be able to grow organs for every man on Earth, and use the said organs to sustain life for 1,000 years. So, no, there's actually proven record, and you can look it up, lanky boy. Look it up. Look up Eisenhower's granddaughter and her testimony on how he met with aliens, bruh. I don't just talk out my neck, dog. I know shit. You know? Look it up. Dwight D. Eisenhower's granddaughter blows the whistle on how he met with ETs. You're welcome. So the good factions, the Venetians, they wanted us to quit using nukes because nukes were not meant for mankind. The ETs just wanted the ability to abduct us. And then the tall whites showed up. The tall whites were the same. They wanted us to quit shooting off nukes. We didn't agree to any of them except for with the Greys because we wanted cloning tech. But also the Greys divulged information to Dwight D. Eisenhower. They informed Dwight Eisenhower as to where he should build an underwater Area 51. Okay? You can look it up. It's real. AUTEC, AUTEC, military base in the near the Bermuda Triangle, in the Bahamas, I want to say, right? In the Bahamas, yeah, AUTEC. So why did the aliens or ETs inform Eisenhower to build a Area 51 under the water near the Bermuda Triangle? Well, they told Eisenhower this. They said that near Florida and in this area where they're telling him to build this underground military base or underwater military base, AUTEC, AUTEC, look it up, it's real. Why they wanted them to build it there was because it was over the ruins of Atlantis, and they could use the energy from the ancient ruins of Atlantis underwater, harvest it, and create great new technologies. So ever since, I don't know exactly when that base got established, or the military base got established. But basically, they have the ability to track and see and discover underwater anomalies, underwater USOs, unidentified submerged aircraft objects. So at the end of the day, go look it up. Most of the workers there can all account and testify they've all seen underwater USOs from aliens and alien tech. They travel completely silent. They come up and out of the waves with with ease. They can almost damn near travel just as fast underwater as they can on land. So, I guess I never did talk about Cooper's treasure with you guys. So during the war, so what happened to Mu? Okay. So when the Anunnaki come here, they wanted to enslave mankind to harvest gold. So right, the first thing, when they first got here though, when they actually first got here, the Anunnaki had another type of being enslaved. They were called the Igigi. I-G-I-G-I. Igigi. I believe the Igigi to be possibly the Lemurians, or the elongated skull people. That's just my opinion. Could be wrong. End of the day, it's all subject to scrutiny. So, when the Igigi got tired and grew tired of harvesting gold for the Draconians, they revolted and they won their freedom. They had had enough. They revolted and they won their freedom. So instead of going and pursuing them even harder, they just decided to enslave mankind to do it. Well, the Lemurians and the High Council of the Syrian Anunnaki said, no, we can't stand for this. Every being on Earth has a divine right to thrive and evolve on their own. Let's see what they do with it, right? So upon those, and that's universal law, upon that, the Syrian Anunnaki and the Lemurians said, all right, we're going to go to war then. And we're going to stop these Draconian Anunnaki and the Atlanteans once and for all. So they went to war, and during said war, it got really bloody. They blew up, not only they made Mars a red planet, but in the process, they made two of her moons totally just erupt. And then the Atlanteans would end up shooting a rocket or a nuke down into the Mariana Trench, which was right next to Mother Earth Mu, and they actually successfully sunk the entirety of the island. But not before they sunk as well. That's why everything is so underwater around us, you guys. That's why there's so many underwater structures that we don't know about, but they're here. Why they hide it, I never know. Why they hide it, I never know. Who's Naruto? Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Oh yeah, they're very powerful. Cool. Glad to see you here. What am I going to do? I got people that I know around me. For one thing, if I have to, I'll fight. But I don't want to, but I want to be equipped to do so. I don't want to just go into a situation where, if the Anunnaki show up. For two, most likely I'll scramble to a stronghold of sorts that is already prepared. Oh yeah, Bigfoot's real. I go live every night at 11 p.m. generally. The ancient Anunnaki, the Sumerian gods. I believe in Dogman. Thank you, Charmy. I know. I meant to take, because I stayed up late last night. I got on live last night on YouTube. I did get a couple hours of sleep, but I meant to take a nap today, but then a friend came over, and I ended up staying up. I can believe that. Their weapons are super advanced. So their weapons, for example, has to do with the moon. Their weapons are super advanced. Gold. They use gold. It's all about gold, you guys. They love gold, and there's a reason for it. And there's a reason we value gold without really knowing why we value gold. Because gold is a superconductor / energy producing son of a gun. Yeah, we will, hopefully. We've seen their weapons. Yeah, I know. I've been trying to calcify our pineal. So, our conventional weapons barely will hurt them at all. The giants hate copper, but what it's going to take is us combining our powers, right? I know some of y'all here, watch the cartoon Captain Planet, right? It's old school shit, y'all. That's way back type shit. You new kids won't know about Captain Planet. But Captain Planet, dude, just a great cartoon. I used to love watching it. So there was 4 high school kids, and they were each given a ring from Captain Planet, and each ring represented one element of Earth. Captain Planet, he's our hero, gonna take pollution down to 0. Can't beat that shit, man. That's some good, honest cartooning right there. Not like today, that's for sure. So each student was given a ring that they represented, and they're like one was earth, wind, water, fire, heart, right? So maybe 5 of them: earth, wind, water, fire, heart. Yeah, 5. So they would fight evil, right? They'd fight polluters and hunters and this particular group every time. But in the beginning, they'd be able to defeat them or at least stop them. But at the end, it always turned out that they would try to fight them individually using their powers, but they could never win. So they would all of a sudden go, with our powers combined, we call Captain Planet. And they go earth, wind, water, fire, heart. And they put their hands in the circle, and it shoots this beam up to the sky, and Captain Planet comes and saves the day, right? you know, you look at those old cartoons and you're like, man, is there some truth to that, right? Kind of like Thanos and his gems on his fingers, the 5 gems on his fingers, representing an element of the earth. I don't know, maybe. But it's going to take us, what it's going to take is us ascending to the next dimension of consciousness, and being on a hive mind network, if you will. Somewhat of a hive mind network. Where we can communicate freely and openly within ourselves, etc. Nah, I don't know about that, bruh. I have a hard time with that one. Yeah, flat earth. Yeah, I have a hard time with it. I don't believe it. Do you think anything we understand could be even compromisable? As far as what, like with negotiating with the ETs, or? The pharaohs were not necessarily the fallen angels, but they were the descendants of, the sons and daughters of. I've heard about the water engine. These societies of people. Who? The war happened here. Yeah, it happened here, of course. What war? Yeah, absolutely. There's a massive war on this planet. Skinwalkers are real, yes. The Mayans, what happened to the Mayans when they disappeared? Basically, they figured out that the Mayan population was much greater than it was originally thought. They've never been able to. What's mysterious with the Mayans is how they disappeared off the face of the earth without a trace. No bodies, no graveyards, no evidence of any great wars or like any type of genocidal type stuff. I don't even like saying them words, trigger words for the algorithm. They literally just vanished. Okay. Well, what happened was, right before the flood, the Mayan civilization, they figured out love and light. They figured out how to live. They figured out how to live in peace and harmony with one another at all times. Everybody mattered, etc. No money, just a bartering system. And everybody cared and helped each other. It was a tribe mentality, right? So they were allowed, basically what happened with the Mayans is they were, right before the flood, allowed into inner earth with the inner or the higher beings to be safe from the flood because they figured out love and light. Some of them stayed, some of them came back to the surface after the flood waters receded. But that's where the Mayans went. They went to inner earth. The Mayans? No, they weren't. You're talking about the Aztecs, bro. The Aztecs were the ones cutting people up. Pretty sure the Mayans were not blood sacrificing type culture. That's hearsay too. Nobody was there. But it was the Aztecs that were the gruesome ones. No. There's ancient tribes of man in Middle Earth and in Earth. Okay, sure. Went to the interesting. Yes. I didn't think. I know. Okay, D-Coop 697 asked me multiple times if I believe in God. No, Dragon Ball Z has relevance. Absolutely. Yes. Yes, D-Coop, there is. No matter how hard things get, he's there to talk to. Yeah, it's too bad. Thank you. Winking past it. I like it. What, me? Oh, of course, dude, I do, yeah, I'm not, praise the Lord, is that what you want to hear? Oh, absolutely do, bro, yes, I do. Absolutely believe in God. Just like, I believe he's a divine energy source, of all life on this planet, and in the universe. I believe in that there is God at the helms, the almighty creator of energy that sustains us, right? The energy throughout the world and into the galaxies and into the universes. I believe that the 7 archangels exist and that each one looks over one of these 7 super universes, which is all of our galaxies and solar systems near us made up into one super universe, okay? The one that watches ours, or Vantan, is Gabriel. Gabriel is our super universe leader. And the goal here, and in the middle of all this, in this super universe, there's 7 surrounding a massive singular universe or existence in the middle. They call it the Isle of Paradise. That's the Isle of Paradise that God lives on, where he meditates, if you will, where he wants you to eventually be. That's the goal, to reach ascension so high that eventually you get divine enough and be divine enough to be invited to the Isle of Paradise. The Isle of Paradise, it's basically more or less the center of the universe. And surrounding it are 7 super universes. Mermaids are real. Giants are real. Wow, bro, that's just a simpleton way of thinking. The fact that so let me tell you something. Limiting God's creations, limiting God's creative ability to just mankind is an insult to him. So when you die, okay? When you die, when you leave this meat sack body, right? You're welcome, brother. There is no limit for God's creation. Nope. No, I'm not. I'm just been going hard in the paint, bro. I'm tired. I'm not like high-fiving. I like Find Anakin. It's already been found, the Sphinx thing. Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. I don't know. That's a good question. Why is it 7 archangels? There's 7 demons from hell. I don't know. That's a good question. Okay, so yeah, sorry. So when we die, right? So basically when the universe, I'm going to tell you how about this. And I read this account from a gentleman who had an out-of-body experience where he astral traveled and left his body and ascended to the light world with his spirit guide that lives out of this, the spirit guide that guides him when he is his most purest form, which we all have this. We all have the most purest form, which is energy. We are a light sort, little light orb, slight, weird-looking energy after this body, okay? This is legit. Like, this guy had a full-on out-of-body experience. He said that when he ascended after leaving his vehicle, his body, basically what we are is organic robots for our actual consciousness outside of our body, right? There's a consciousness outside of this body. And that's your spirit. That's your soul, right? That's why you don't ever want to sell your soul. That's why you don't want to do evil things in life that pull little pieces of your soul away from you every time. Because it's a dark road not to love oneself. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we're organic AI. We're organic computers and robots that every thought, experience, incident, tragedy, happiness, all that, every thought we have as humans gets uploaded to a cloud, if you will. Similar concept, the cloud, if you will. And God can tap in, and he's getting all the information from said cloud at all times. That's basically what God's goal is to be all-knowing, all-divine. He wants to know everything, about everything. So basically, everything you learn is uploaded to a experience hard drive of some sorts, and stored for positive energy or something along those lines. So anyway, this guy left his body and he went up to the spirit world, and he was at the first level. He was talking to a spirit guide. When he first seen a spirit guide approach, he said that he was so excited to see her in his spirit entity existence. He was so excited to see her that he actually literally cried, and he said he remembers right before they left to ascend to the skies, he looked back and his actual body, because he was out of his body looking down on it, he looked back at his actual body and he was crying in his body form. So they basically ascend to the skies, and she tells him everything as he's asking all these questions. Because when we get put to Earth, for some reason, with this test or this this test of our spiritual being, when we get to this, Earth is the hardest because they wipe your memory. A lot of people have said that other missions, like on other planets, You don't get your memory wiped. You actually know who you are outside of body. Whereas on Earth, people have such questions, such this super, like, the godly stuff. What's after life? At the end of the day, this has taught me all I need to know. This friend or this dude that wrote this journal ascended up to the sky and started talking to the spirit guide. She basically explained everything to him, that we're in a learning course of some sort in the spirit world, in the spirit realm, and that we got to achieve a goal here on Earth, and we got to best set up ourselves to do so. And once we achieve that goal here on Earth, we'll ascend to the next level on or off of Earth. So right before you come down to Earth and you do your tour on Earth, you get prepped and you choose your parents. Let me put it this way. You choose your parents based on which ones you feel will give you the best chance to achieve your said goal. Which is crazy. So, once that happens, because people don't realize it, but the first 3 months of a baby's life in the womb is a total stasis. You're just a clone at that point, almost. You're not even a conscious being yet. You haven't even been putting conscious into you yet. So after you choose these parents, they send you down at the 3rd month into the fetus, and there you go. You're born, getting ready to have your experience here on Earth. Now, this could happen over and over and over and over again. You could have lived 1,000 lives here on this planet already, and I believe I have. I've lived quite a few anyway, a couple few, for sure. There's no. Yeah, so that's the ascension. That's what happens after you die. You basically just go towards the light. You're taken in. Your spirit guide will help you. Basically, it's like life after death, in a manner. You'll just be in your light world. What do you mean? Do you know who you are yet? I haven't had an ego death or anything yet, but I have a pretty good idea what I am. I'm sorry to hear that about your mom. So, Spencer, where did I gather that info from? Actually, you know what? It's crazy because it was on a website, and then I just went back to look at it, and he took the blog down. Maybe. Yeah, that's called purgatory. She asked, are we ever stuck in the middle from here and there? Heaven, hell. Yeah, it's called purgatory. People with, like, not super crazy crimes, but mostly people like that could possibly have taken another life or had a bunch of unfinished business when they passed away. They can get stuck in purgatory. And those are most likely the shadow entities people have been seeing. You can feel it, but yeah, mostly. Yeah, Sumerian gods were seen in Israel. The sons of them. Yep. All the fallen angels are the fallen angels were just extraterrestrials. They weren't like, I'm pretty sure. When no liquor. Great live tonight, guys. Thank you so much. The real close 84. Message me. Yeah, that's cool, bro. That's what I was just talking about, your auntie with the super universes and stuff. No, I'm not. I'm just tired. Yeah, when you're ready for your tour, after you die in this life, after we perish, you'll get sent up to the light world. The freedom and the knowing and knowledge will be immense. And you can kind of hang around there for quite a while until they kind of more or less give you the go-ahead on, hey, it's your turn again. Hey, I believe most. Hey, me and my buddy were talking about it yesterday. Truth is always stranger than fiction, guys. I say that again. The truth is always stranger than fiction. So, it's the truth. Yeah, I was having weird dreams the other day. Just random stuff, big old block. Why did you say that, Mrs. Smith? Hey, good stuff, Dad did again. Appreciate you. You said now what? So be careful not to mislead. It can affect your eternal life. Interesting. I kind of like that. I don't seem misleading. Tired of my guy. I'm tired. No, dude. Honestly, TikTok made me like this. You know when sometimes you can just tell some things are true in your soul? Seems like everything I study comes back or relates to another thing that I've been studying, and it always ends up being it always ends up connecting dots. End of the day, Dolores Cannon's amazing. I'm not a Christian. Did I say that? Yep. Cool. I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, I dreamed about flying saucers the other day. So is that your daughter, bro? I'm not. Am I? No, in the angelic spirit world, really, there isn't. No, yeah. Continental drift. Yes, dude, you will. Yep. Sure will. That's pretty cool. I'm still open-minded to the superpowers thing. Well, it may seem like you don't, but there's no choice. You won't know the difference. Unfortunately, dude, as men, we don't get much say in that. It's not your fault. Yeah, it's tragic. Probably have a bat in your house. I've done that before. Dreamed about bats, and yeah, I had one in my house. Yeah, it's good to be thinking, though, bro. I lost my sister, too, so I know what it's about. She was only 26. It's nobody's fault. Yeah, it was tough. I miss her every day, brother. Yep. It's no joke, dog. Yeah, it was tough. Appreciate that. Someday I'm hoping that I will. I've actually been really dabbling with the idea of ascending to my spirit body because maybe I'll see her. Yeah, no doubt about that. Yep. Appreciate you, one love. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate that, Primitive. You the man. I believe in channeling, sure. Remote viewing, all that, yep. No doubt about it. Thank you, Rebel's Nightmare. Damn, girl. That's rough. Psychologically prepped? No. That's what I figured, bro. Yep, all day. She's had my back. And actually, it's weird because after she passed away, I know there's a next level and a next realm because she would come see me the most out of anybody. She came and see my mom once or twice, but she came and seen me like 5 fucking times. We were really close. 5 times. I dreamed about her, and it was so real. Like I was there with her. One of them, we were doing something that we used to do when we were kids, like running through the JCPenney store, and we'd hide in the middle of the clothes, the hanging clothes. How they had the little donut in the middle. We'd hide in them. And I had that dream with her, and then a couple others, but I haven't seen her in a long time. She hasn't come to see me in a long time. I should have protected her better. Interesting. Oh yeah, I'm okay. been 5 years. Whoa, that's weird. Yeah, wow, bro. For real. That, you know what that is, brother? Nonstop financial consultant. That's not a dream, bro. When you're asleep, your astral is traveling up there to see her. And it's real. It's not a dream, brother. Right. I feel like she always wanted to hang out with me in my dreams. But I'd always end up hysterically. I would always for a minute I would fake me out into thinking she wasn't gone, and then I'd figure it out in my head in my dream, and then I'd just break down, and she'd always leave after it. As soon as I start breaking down, she'd leave. She hated it when I cry in my dream. Yeah, I'd freak out. I'd freak the fuck out, dog. It's funny you say that. That means that tells me you know what I'm talking about, bro. Freak out, dog. A couple of my dreams, dude, I'd fucking just, whoa. And every time she would get pissed off at me, stop, and then leave. It'd be weird. I think that's why she quit coming to see me, because I couldn't do it. I think I'd probably have a better chance now. Yeah. Yeah, it's gnarly, dude. It was weird for sure. But I could tell it was definitely her. Wow, crazy. Yeah, bro. It was 20 years ago, you said? Wow, that's sad. It'd be hard to lose a significant other too. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about it. I've been thinking about it. Trying. I've been thinking about meditating and trying to figure out astral travel naturally through meditation. You can use psychedelics. Damn, bro, I'm sorry to hear that. Damn, bro, right? It doesn't ever go away. I will say that the more I learn about the afterlife, though, I will say the more I've learned and the stuff I was preaching to you guys, I will say this. Regardless of what happened and the losses you've seen in your life, I know it hurts. Okay? But I am telling you right now that your loved one doesn't care as much about their death, not near as much about their death as you do. Meaning, after they die, the body that they get to get back into, their true self, is so peaceful and love and light, and his soul is so amazing. And what you're doing in this time of interim between lives on earth is so much fun that they ain't grieving like you are about it. Once they pass away, they probably feel bad for a little while. But for the most part, they're totally content with it. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Yes, sir. Like my sister, dude, as soon as she left her body, she was happy. You know? Amen. Yep. Yeshua. Yeah, she is watching over me, for sure. Her spirit. Dallas, Texas, baby. Let's go. Oh, what? Oh, my God. Bruh. So, that's what I couldn't understand. When you messaged me that first message and you used that code word, I didn't know what you meant, dude. So, it may sound morbid, okay? And it may sound terrible, right? But I never usually touch on it because people don't like to hear about it. And hear about it when that guy ascended, right? When that gentleman had his first out-of-body experience and went to his light body, he said he remembered a couple things. That you chose this life and chose who you were on Earth, for one. That's A1. But he said that you get mulligans, okay? Let me put it this way. Just because you say end it, and I'm not trying to condone it because it's terrible, don't do that, but it doesn't mean you're cast to the underworld, okay? And he vividly remembers it. You get mulligans on that, because sometimes you get here and you can't handle it, and your spirit self says, I want this run to end. I want to restart. So it's not like it's thought or said in the Bible that you'll end up going there. And a lot of times light beings will end it to get a recycle. They're okay. They're alright. So if you're inherently evil on Earth, so say you're inherently evil, say you're like Jeffrey Dahmer or something like that, right? He decided in this matrix, in this lifetime, that he wanted to be a total freak show, that's what he ended up being. But he doesn't necessarily get cast right straight down either. What happens, he gets a mulligan. You can only do it so many times, or there will be a point where the Divine One will dissipate your energy. Will totally dissipate your energy and recycle it into the system. So basically, yeah, if you do too much evil deeds in every life you live, and you're just pure evil, your energy will be dissipated. I like it. You get dissipated and recycled into the rest of the energy entities. Yeshua. Yes, sir. Damn. See that? Yeah, he's totally okay, brother. He gets a mulligan for sure. For sure. Gets a mulligan, brother. He's already up there, man. And naturally, I have to say when they do things like that, or like my sister, she didn't do that to herself, but she was doing things that she shouldn't have been doing, and it took her life, right? At the end of the day, though, weird. At the end of the day, though, does she feel bad? Sure. For what she did and how she left. Of course. But I can assure you she's not worried about it right now. It's the last thing she's worried about. She's enjoying her life and watching over me. It's not like it's as bad as you think. Like, after learning all this shit, dude, it's just given me a whole different outlook on life, man. Loss and all. It's not. It sucks and it hurts, but there will be more, man. There will be more. A mulligan in golf, like when you hit off the runway or whatever, or hit into the water. I think, right? Mulligan in golf, you get a retry. I get many mulligans. Yes, no doubt about it. I'm due for a little bit of good luck in life. Yeah? Damn, bro. You gotta be careful with that. That's why I rock it every day. He's always trying to infiltrate. Appreciate that. Amen. Yeah, well, Allen Church. Not sure about Allen Church. Just look to God, man. Not me, man. Life's tough at times. Yeah, I'll be getting it done tomorrow probably. I'm kind of trying to keep up with this conversation. Not necessarily, but yeah, I know they've all been through all. They've been through all throughout the Americas. What's these things there, Dizzy? So, bro, it's funny you ask that. Do you remember the past families you've had when recycling? It was probably about 2 weeks ago. And I had vivid dreams for about a week straight. And I dreamt about a family. I dreamt that I was in Mexico in one of them. And I was with a younger sister who was probably 7 or 8, and I was probably, I don't know, 13, 14. But I dreamt about her. I can remember the dress to a T. A little dress with a little red bow tie, and it was like black and it had white, and then, but I was Mexican. Like, I was totally 100% Mexican. Like, it was weird. It was really weird. But I had a little sister. She had jet black hair. She was dark-skinned. And then I also had a dream about a dire, weird situation where I was with my cousin, who was also Mexican, and we were hanging out with a group of people. And I almost felt like a vibe, like my cousin was going to kill me. And I remember asking him, like, what the hell, why not? Why wouldn't you know? blah, 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 and he was just being merciless. It was really weird, but I think it ended up being all right. Maybe I ended up talking him out of it or whatever, but yeah, dude, I had vivid dreams about that. And that's what I chalked it up to, was another lifetime. Interesting. Huh. Oh, yeah. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I'm a good person. I have cap a little bit, but whatever. I try to be. Thank you very much. I believe most of the stuff I share. I shouldn't call it cap, but no, most people are just not open-minded to my content. Most people just shun it because it's different. It challenges their belief systems and what they think in life, so they don't like it. Yeah, I try. I enjoy doing it. I've gotten used to the negative comments. Right after seeing a Yeah, bro. Is it really? Appreciate the goggles, my guy. Appreciate the gifts, for real. Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot Giants, aliens, everything. Yeah, I love it all. They're all real. Weird. Weird dream. Thank you, B Peoples. Appreciate you, bro. You alright? Yeah? That's good, dude. That you chose your mother, not the ladder. Sorry to hear about that. That's rough on your mom, I'm sure. What, bro? What? Drewby's mom. My grandson, who was in pre-K, told his mom that he really missed his mom and dad. The mom and... I gotta hear the rest of that. Thank you. I appreciate that, God is King. What? Wild. No, I never heard that. This lady says, my grandson, who was in pre-K, told his mom that he really missed his mom and dad. The mom and dad Matthew had before them. And he remembers. Wild. Kids are crazy. They say when you're a kid and you're growing up, when you're in the crib and whatnot, they say you leave your body to astral travel often for the first 3 to 5 years of your life, and then it stops. But I actually know that for a fact one day, because I used to get sleep paralysis all the time, where I couldn't move but I was awake and aware, and I always wondered why. And then one day I woke up to my sleep paralysis and I looked up and there was a being hovering over me. And no sooner did I open my eyes to look at this said entity or being that it came right at me. And its head hit my head. And as soon as it did, I shot up and I leaned up and I yelled. Because I was scared of what the hell it was. I didn't realize it till one of my lives somebody was like, bro, that was you. Astral traveling while you were asleep. I was like, holy shit, you're right. Because as soon as the said entity hit my body, I leaned up and screamed out loud. I woke my old lady up at the time. And, yeah, it shocked us both. Yeah, I think so. Oh my God. The mom and dad. What? Like what? You're not talking about like 2001, are you? I don't know who that is. Yeah, dude, that is scary. I've seen weird entities around me when I'm, oh my God. That is... What? I knew it. Oh, that's too fucking gnarly. Too fucking gnarly. So she said the one about the grandma, talking about the grandson, saying he missed his mom and dad, right? She said he can remember, the child can remember that the mom and dad he had before her daughter, which is his grandma, the mom and dad he had before her daughter, which is his new mom, died in a tall building. His mom was holding him in her arms when they died, okay? And they said that they think it's 9/11. And he already reincarnated from it. Wild. Yeah, what, the demons? Yeah. Yeah, bro, they will. They'll watch you like that. They'll watch you and they'll hover over you and look down at you while you're asleep, yes. It's because they see potential in you. And being a good host. Maybe, and I'm not saying you are, but I'm just saying that slightly inherently evil host. Not evil, but negative, maybe around negative. Do negative in life. I don't know. Usually you gotta be vibing funny for them to start staring over you and shit. Letting it be known that they're there. Bro, I've never seen a legit picture of any of it. Yeah. Yeah, if you're doing so, bro, if I'm not saying you are, but if you're doing any type of like malevolent things, it doesn't even matter how small. Theft, backstabbing somebody you love or your friend, hooking up with a friend's girl. It doesn't take much seed of evil to draw entities like that in. So whatever if you're doing anything at all that you in your mind question when I told you this, that's what you should quit doing. That you thought that thought right then and there, you should quit doing it. Yeah, me too. And I'm not saying you're a bad person, brother. I've had them try to attach to me too. Big 3-horn motherfucker. Yup.
Wait, how the should I start this? Maybe start it off mentioning the darkness, or acknowledging the harvest acts that I've done by the hollows in the cartridge. Bite down on an artist. Best name floors, everything.
Oh yeah, I know. Betsy Burrick.
Bodies in the garden keep a couple just to harvest. Hard, the interruption from the strings. Young timber.
It was tall. Interesting. Did it have a top hat? And a beard? Was it slender? So I want to talk to you up here, girl. Betsy Burrick. I see shadow people. What are they? So you know. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Slender and white. You said negative on the top hat and the beard? My daughter said it had horns. Yep, that's yep. That's a nasty one. Okay. You're not under any influence though, right? No, you're not crazy. You're not under any influence? You know what I mean? Be honest with yourself on that. But if you aren't, it's a vibe. And this goes to everybody. You're not under any influence when you see these things. If you're not, it's a vibe. Okay. Okay. So, but you have been under the influence. Okay. If you have been even, like they can attach to you and hold on for a long time. What I found. Yeah, I know, bro, right? I'm an OG. I just get it. It's been a good live, bro. We've been talking all crazy. So a lot of times they just inhabit ground that you moved into and they were there already. And they're upset that you're there. But I can tell you this, there's different types of shadow people, right? There's the three-horned demon, which is the real demon, the powerful one, the poltergeist that can move things, and you know, it can lead you to doing. What it'll do when it's around, it'll just do little whipples in the wind to make it so bad things happen around you. Okay, and they'll start out small, but they'll grow and grow gradually. Okay. That's what they do. That's the most powerful. Then you got the shadows that are little, that look like they're toddlers. They're the little minions. They show up for the demon and they recruit. They walk around and look to see if it's a good candidate for a possible possession / haunting, if you will. They're recruits. They're little. 3 foot tall, too. But they look like little toddlers. You'll see them peeking from behind laundry baskets and shit. Then the next one is they're a little taller, but they look like outlines look just like humans. Those ones like when you acknowledge them. And if you look at them and you give them acknowledgement and you let them know that you see them, they will torment you even more. The best thing you can do with shadow entities, you guys, if they're around, ignore them. Pretend they do not exist. They will get bored and they will leave. But if you acknowledge them, if you let them scare you, if you dart your head when you see them peeking around the corner and shit, they're going to love it and they'll stay for it. They'll stay for it. They want acknowledgement. That's that type that looks like a human. Then you have the next type that don't necessarily want acknowledgement. They will literally just stand and stare. They're kind of creepy. But the best defense, the best by far defense against shadow people is God. light, Jesus. For one thing, I don't, like, don't sleep in the dark. Don't sleep in the pitch black. Leave a TV on. They hate light. For one, I don't ever sleep. Dude, I haven't slept in the pitch black probably 4 or 5 years. Because ever since I was a kid, I've seen them things. Not even 4 or 5 years. I don't like sleeping in the pitch black ever since I lived in my mom's basement when I was a teenager in high school. We moved into a new house, and the basement was very dark, and I would always get sleep paralysis, and I would always see shadow figures walking around me. Sometimes they look like even ETs. So ever since then, I use, it sounds cheesy, but I fucking throw a little plug-in light. And not only that, you put yourself at a tactical disadvantage when you're sleeping in the pitch black. Let me explain. If somebody breaks into your house and you're sleeping in the pitch black and they crack open your door just so quickly and then shut your door behind them, they're in your room and you can't see them, but they know where you are. They might stand there for 5 minutes and let their eyes adjust. At the end of the day, I want to be able to grab my gat or whatever and get it in before somebody can subdue me. So I always sleep with the light. Just me. But yeah, best thing you can do, learn the Lord's Prayer, wear a cross, and put a Bible right next to your bed and lay them throughout the house. Yep, and you can tell them to go. Get pissed off, tell them to go. Yep, in Jesus' name, yep. Yeah, I got to. I hate sleeping in the dark. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't play. I'm always right by. So, yeah, that's the best thing to do for the shadow entities. No, you're not crazy. They exist. They're real. They're coming strong. They're coming on a lot stronger right now because of all the evil at bay in the world, or the evil at our doorsteps in the world right now. So the evil entities are actually gaining more power. Yeah. They're just sometimes they stick with you, and certain ones will stick with you for life. Sure. But I can assure you, just keep God paraphernalia around. Even learn the Lord's Prayer. I know the Lord's Prayer by heart. If you learn it by heart, just speak it throughout your house. For some reason, the Lord's Prayer is extra on them. They hate the Lord's Prayer. Yeah, just totally learn to try and ignore them. Pretend you don't see them, and they'll leave. They'll get bored. But they know right now, I guarantee it, that they know that you know that they're there. So they're going to mess with you. They can't physically harm you, though. I mean, I take that back. The 3-horn one can. But other than that, most of the other ones, they can't do a damn thing to you. What is a legion without a God? Weak. What is up with them standing outside of shower curtains? I don't know, bro. That's weird. Or you can learn to coexist with them. Yes, sir. What are you having trouble with, B-peoples? Yes, no, yeah, exactly. The horn ones can make contact with you, yes. Those are the ones. But usually the entities under that, they don't. Yeah, eventually you do get where you're not afraid of them. Most of the fallen angels are imprisoned all over the world. Yeah, some people are like that. Yep, animals can see them. You're autistic and schizo. I read something the other day online that talked about schizophrenia, adhered voices, etc. They said that it's weird that schizophrenia differs from country to country. Somebody in India who has schizophrenia will hear like the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s, and children talking in their head. It depends on your culture and your environment. In India, they look at things differently. So schizophrenia is different. It's pleasant. In the United States, it's wicked and evil, if that tells you anything. But schizophrenia varies from state to state. There's no one condition. Sometimes it's positive. Sometimes it's, most times in the U.S., it's negative. They hear evil voices, not good voices. So what are you hearing, bro? What are you hearing, bro? I've never heard that, brother. Wow, crazy, bro. Crazy. So the negative voices, bro, you really do you believe in the Lord? Are you godly at all? Oh, weird. Call upon him when it's happening the most. But one thing you can try, and I know this is going to sound weird, but one thing you can try, and like I said, I know this is going to sound weird. Like I think sometimes when people are maybe slightly autistic or whatever they may be, that they gain certain, for lack of other senses and other abilities, they gain abilities in certain areas, okay? At the end of the day, you might be just tapped into a frequency or a wave frequency, or they're intentionally hitting you up and calling you out, the ETs or something, okay? And if it isn't the ETs, it's the underworld or afterlife. So what you need to do, and this supposedly works, bro. If you got like a 59 cap, like a 59 fitted cap like this, or a flex fit, I urge you to try it. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I urge you to try it. Take, and it sounds crazy, take tin foil and line the inside of your hat with it. And wear it. And then come back to me and tell me if you're hearing voices. Just so people don't see it. Obviously, you don't want to be wearing a tinfoil hat running around, okay? Just line the inside of your baseball cap with it, and then wear it. Let me know how your voices go. Just saying. Yeah, like the inside brim. And that goes for people who get severe migraines as well. The tinfoil will block the frequency, brother. That's what the tinfoil is necessary for. It'll block the voices. It'll throw the frequency. It possibly could be alien related. Salt works for I don't know. Archangels. That's what I thought. That's okay, that's you're right. Try to channel it. Try to channel it. Oh, Haley, what up? Could have been a Wendigo. Yep. I know. Am I supposed to? Somebody tried join mine. But when they got 20 and 30 followers and I got 700, you know. Yeah, that's weird. Then your back door opening. That's creepy. Damn. Don't let it bring you down too much, bro. What do you mean, Miss Sparks? Or Miss Patriot? We can be TikTok friends, of course. I hope so. Yeah, I'd block them all. It's not your job to help people around you. You know? Maybe, I don't know. That's a tough one. Oh, I believe that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know if he's trying to be that. Michigan. That's what I agree with. Block out all of them. Nice. Alright, you night owls. I should probably get going. I gotta get some rest. So I can wake up and figure out what I'm going to talk about tomorrow. I really want to talk about the moon shit, man. So bad. I just don't want to get banned. So we will see. It's odd how my lives have become more godly lately, by the way. Sometime, usually towards the end of my life, for a couple hours, I just let the chats go and people talk God between each other, and then, I'll try and chime in and read comments and all that. As long as we're all kind and cordial and decent to each other in the debates, then I think we got something going here, guys. Maybe I'm supposed to be a pastor. I don't know. I'd rather just be a loose, emo type preacher, to be honest. But Yeah, for sure, guys. For sure. It really has. It's been a good one. Appreciate all of you. There's definitely a lot of strangeness going on the moon. Yeah, it's hollow too. You'll get through there nonstop. Keep grinding, baby. Stay strong. Keep your head up. For real. Yes, all day. Oh yeah, I save them. I usually post them to my... So I save my lives and I post them to my YouTube guys. Link in the bio. If you click the direct me link, so... Yeah, exactly. We can be respectful, but at least we give people the opportunity to speak. Sure. Yeah, get some of that merch, y'all. Please, that'd be great. And I'll be back tomorrow and we'll chat it up some more. Made a lot of new friends tonight. Appreciate you guys. Love and light, enjoy life. Treat others as you want to be treated. Peace, y'all.